Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It is in day 2 of her of the shooting trial. So get settled in, get comfortable. Trial TV Live. My audio sounds good. We have some birthdays to celebrate today. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right, good morning, welcome in everybody. We have a feed for you already, so let's get us over there. So, JMS, good morning, Nana, Kelsey, good to see you. Anthony, welcome in. Kimbers, it's Kimber's birthday today, so please give a warm birthday greeting to Kimbers, and I think it's Scott's birthday. I think it's RA's birthday today. Red Pen, I asked you, is that confirmed? Is it Scott's birthday today too? I sent him a text. He hasn't replied yet. So if it's Scott's birthday, happy birthday to Scott as well. But Kimber's birthday today. There you are, Kimbers. Woohoo! Happy birthday to you. I'm not going to sing. I'm not going to sing. You can go over to RA and have him sing for you. But happy birthday, Kimbers. Hope you have a great day. KS Granny, welcome in. Good to see you. Red Pen. Okay, it is Scott's birthday today. Okay, good. I'm glad that all right. Richard in the kitchen. Good to see you. All right, today's RA's birthday too. All right, thank you, Red Pen. So I texted him. I hope that it was today. Thank you for that confirmation. Brown Eyed Girl, Alex, Lily Wayne. Good to see you, Alice. Good morning. Ed and Bertie, good morning, Lori. Mama and Cindy, Snow Caddish, good to see you. Selena K, good morning to you. Mal, good to see you. Welcome in. Aussie Gardner and Green Eyed Cat, hello. Sherry, good morning. Kathy Davis, good to see you. Elaine, good morning to you. Dream Horse, good to see you guys. Get comfortable, Sweet Vampy. Good morning, Joy. This is definitely prejudicial against her. I gotcha. Jeff, good to see you. Stand for the truth. Debbie, good morning to you. And let's see. Debbie, thank you so much for that $4 and some coffee. Thank you. Appreciate that. Linda, good morning to you. All right. See you, Red Pen. Enjoy your day. Thanks for popping in. Hey, Julie, 13th juror. My lips are sealed. Good morning. Dream Horse. Pammy, good to see you. Belfast, awesome. Welcome in. Let's see. JMS. Oh, Wizard of Ezzy, good morning to you. JMS, I actually think she would have a better chance with a jury. With a jury, you can play on their emotions of a mother having her baby taken from her. With a judge, not so much. Fair. Heidi, good morning to you. Good to see you. All right, I think I got everybody. Betsy, Hector's mom. I think I got you all. If I missed you, I'm sorry. But I think Jeff saying hello from Norwich. Lori, good morning to you. All right, I think I got you all. Lazy boys, getting your lemon pound cake ready for the cross? Yes. Yeah, you guys, if you didn't notice, we have a new emoji. I created it over the weekend. So don't forget to use the if you're a member, there's the lemon pound cake emoji. Kathy Smith, good morning. Cross Examnesia, good to see you. Hello, welcome in. All right, Heidi, always good to be here. Awesome, thank you. Kathy Smith. Oh, you know what? Nope, Super Ball's in the other room. Hey, Barry, good morning to you. Just a Girl Baking, there you go. You got to make the lemon pound cake. You got to try it. I found a pretty good recipe online. That was pretty good. I have to, I filmed it, I recorded it over the weekend, Saturday, so I just have to, I have to put it together. Richard, you know what that's like. I have to edit it. I have to do it overdub it. Teresa, she is charged with, she's charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. It was higher. They had her on 2 counts of something else. What was it? I think I have it over here. Is it in here? I have it somewhere. Where is it? Oh yeah, it was assault with a dangerous weapon ×2. But a grand jury reduced it to just one count of assault with a dangerous weapon. So just 1 count with a assault with a dangerous weapon. So that's where we stand with that. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on here? There we go. Sorry. Hey, Eric. Erica, I'm sorry. Welcome in. Welcome in, you guys. Grab a seat. Katrina, good morning to you. All right, Richard, you've got you'll be surprised with your lemon pound cake method, easier version. Yeah, I'm going. It was interesting. I know I screwed it up, but it turned out really good, to be quite honest. Ruth, good morning to you. Alice, yes, please hit the like button as you're coming in. Appreciate that. I shall do the same. I'm pretty sure I've hit the like button. Yes, I have. All right, so we are in day 2. That's the tape that the guy used yesterday. That was taping up all the cords and lines and stuff, his audio cables and power lines. So they're focusing in on that. He did a good job. That's a good job there. All right, so day 1, we heard from Sean Daly, Lieutenant Sean Daly. We heard from Courtney Aylaian, right? Aylaian? No, it's Aylaian, I believe they were pronouncing it. We heard from Courtney, and then we heard from Justin. Justin, of course, is the ex-fiancé, father of baby C, the person who started this whole thing with a restraining order. And then Officer Patrick Noonan. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, because Kelsey said in her press release a couple days afterwards that she and Officer Noonan were partners. They experienced this traumatic event together, where a mother took her infant's life and then took her life. So, and then Officer Noonan gets on the stand and he says, I was transferred when she was on maternity leave. So what is going on there? Right? What is going on there? Somebody clearly is lying. Somebody is clearly lying. So who's not telling the truth? I think it's going to be pretty easily verifiable who her partner was, I would think. So if I just can't believe that he would lie that blatantly, and then I can't believe she would lie that blatantly. Right? What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Yesterday he said, what did he say exactly? Let me look it up. He said he didn't know her. She was on maternity leave when he transferred over. And then she's saying in her statement that she was partners with him the year before, and they experienced this mother-infant incident where, mom took out infant and then took out herself. And because of that shared trauma, that's something that connects you. So then he gets on the stand and he says he doesn't even know her. I don't get that. Hey, Scent Bunny, what do you guys think? Sherry, you think the state would have brought that statement up, right? Just to get ahead of it. And the state said partner friend in opening. So let me check that again, Richard. Let me see what opening said. Let's see. State's opening. So Lieutenant Daly asked Noonan to join him. Noonan reacted in a calm and rational way. He's 50 years old. Noonan and Houston are in the bedroom. Houston goes downstairs. Noonan is still pleading with her, don't do it. I'm not seeing anything specific that said that they were friends, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't have it in my notes. So, all right. So if you're saying that, and we're in cross right now. I mean, now we're going to be in cross. So how's he going to get out of that? How's he going to get out of, I don't get it. I don't understand how he's going to get out of this. So anyway, all right. So he's in cross right now. That's where we're going to start. I guess we just have to wait. Snowcatish, I think everything about this case is weird, including how it's being presented in court. Rebecca, will the judge check into that? No, it's not up to the judge. He's the trier of facts, so he has to be presented facts. So, Wizard of Ezzy, Noonan may have trained her in the field and had this horrific call. It was Lieutenant Daly that actually trained her. Wizard, it was Lieutenant Daly that trained her for 6 months. So it was Daly. It was Lieutenant Daly that did that. Excuse me. Let's see. You tried to send an article regarding the 19th. Noonan was her partner. You tried to send it to us. Okay. You tried to send it to us. When did you do that? When did you do that? I don't see it. Yeah, we're info@trialtvlive.com. info@trialtvlive.com. If you want to reach out to us. Hey, Dove. Good morning. Debbie says, why would she lie about that? She said he was her friend, right? It doesn't make sense. I agree, Debbie. It just doesn't make sense. Snugbug, I understood her to say they were not partners at the time of that mother-baby incident, but they were thrust together because of it. Well, let's go to her statement. We looked at it yesterday. Let me pull it up again. All right, her statement is, I've never pointed my firearm at the officer. That officer was not just a colleague, he was my friend. That officer and I experienced a very difficult and sad call for service together last summer. That call for service that day was a true tragedy and caused this officer and I to build a friendship due to experiencing it together. So maybe I'm assuming that they were partners. All right, I'll backtrack on that. If I'll stop saying they were partners. She's not specifically saying partners. We entered the home and walked into something no human being should ever see. A self-deletion scene with a mother and her infant. As a rookie police officer, this was devastating to me. At the time, I was 20 weeks pregnant. Now, that's the other thing. Okay. All right, anyway, she was 20 weeks pregnant, so that's 5 months, right? The officer that shot me experienced this call with me. To this day, To this day, his support during that hard time is something I am still grateful for, regardless of this recent incident that occurred. This traumatic call was the catalyst for my mental health complications. So, okay, she's not saying he's a partner. I'll retract my statements of that. But she's saying he's not just a colleague, he's a friend. And he's saying he doesn't even know her. He says he doesn't even know her. I don't understand. How can you say you don't even know her? He didn't know her, and she was on maternity leave when he transferred over. I'm so confused. I'm just so confused by that. I don't understand. So I hope this gets explained on cross. I hope somebody explains this. Because that's making no sense whatsoever. All right, Jeff says, Noonan said he knew Kelsey, but little more than that. I'm hoping Cross will clear it up. He's saying he didn't. That's my notes. He says he didn't know her. She was on maternity leave when he transferred over. Those are my notes. So that's what he said said he knew her? I don't know, you guys. I've got he doesn't know her. All right, do we have time to pull it up? Let me see if I can find that from yesterday. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but let's see. Let's see here.
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives. An older lady come in, and put him in a car seat, and then baby clothes. And what did you observe? And what did you observe? The right to the right is right officer. How long? I'm sorry. No, was that? I don't mean. How was it? How long did you make it? Right, you made it. And how long did you participate in this Lawrence Watson? I believe.
All right, I'm coming up on it.
2024. I had to bring my training and experience, so I'm getting older. So attention back to June 30th. Were you patrol on that day? Yes, for another officer. Yes, officer. Why he called? Yes. And why was that? Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiancé. Did you know that person? Did you know
Right here.
by the name of Justin Aylaian? Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion. Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons? Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of.
That's my bad. Knew her, but not well. All right, knew her. All right, so that's my bad. Let me fix my notes. So knew her, but not well. All right, let me replay this again. Knew her, but not well.
So she knew her. Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons? Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So. All right. So you got a call from.
All right. So knew her, but not well. All right. So my bad. I thought that he said he didn't know her. All right. So I fixed my notes. So he knew her, but not well. Hey, Christy Jadziadax, good to see you. For Crime Junkie, good to see you. Good morning from Illinois. Let's see. Sent an email with a timeline. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm not sure what file that is. So. Oh, is it this timeline that everybody's posting? Is it this one? Is it purple? Does it happen to be that one? Because this one has, with Officer Noonan responds to a deletion of a mother and baby, August 2024. Is it this one? I can't open that because it's a MHT file, Brown Eyed Girl, so I'm not quite sure what that is. Hey Mel, good morning. Brown Eyed Girl, is it this one? Is it that one? Everybody's showing this one. I'm not going to show it because it's from another content creator, but and I have no idea what an MTH file is, so I can't open that. Flower Girl, good morning to you. Amy Bella, welcome back. Jennifer King, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Is he retired or suspended? He hasn't said what he is. He didn't say. Hey Beach Mom, good to see you. Yeah, he didn't say. Iowa Backyard, good morning to you. Amby, good morning, welcome in. Pisano, good morning. Maybe he took retirement over getting fired. Yeah, he didn't say what he was, right, yesterday. I didn't hear that he said, I am retired, I am bleh. We did find out that Justin was let go. So they got that out. Iowa Backyard, read the members for notes. Very nicely done. But I had to change them. MTH file extension is known as the derived math file, which includes values and functions loaded by derive. Yeah, I'm not going to touch that. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to touch that. But thank you for that, Richard. That's a file extension I am not familiar with, and a program I'm not familiar with. Dragonfly Girl, good morning to you. Joe and Jedi Platypus, welcome in. All right. Lori, there you are. Good morning to you. All right, Snow Caddish. I think Kelsey trauma bonded with Noonan, but Noonan just had a really bad day at work, if you know what I mean. Didn't connect with Kelsey. Something happened there that he's not connecting with her. Let's see. Legally Blonde, good to see you. Noonan's hair sparked a debate with my old salon friends. We were split down the middle. His hair was bleached or gray. You're funny. Dr. Barry, good morning to you. Listening in a bit before your first clients of the day. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Guys, if you are not familiar with Dr. Barry, please go and give her a subscription and a like and check out her stuff. Really great content over there. Heidi, I think at the end he was asked about it. All right. Well, we have it. Let me fast forward. I'm right there. Let me see if I can. Let's see.
In relation to the door frame, when you shot your weapon,
I used part of the.
Yeah, no, he's just talking about how he shot her. Was it at the very, very end? Because I'm saying the second shot, he saw her visibly flinch. Yes, Richard talked about MTH. Yes, I saw that. Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate that. Yes. Dr. Barry. Hey, Hell Rider. Good to see you. Welcome in. All right, for those that are just coming in, it is Kimber's birthday, as well as Scott's. So we can welcome. We can wish Scott a happy birthday from afar, and we can say happy birthday to our very own Kimbers. She's celebrating a birthday today. Let's see. We're not sure, Christy. That's what we're trying to figure out. Justin is suspended for sure. That he was suspended just recently. Noonan, I'm not 100% sure. All right. Kelsey saying Noonan is on leave with reports indicating he was on critical incident leave as of January 17th and is expected to be out until at least April. Okay. All right. That's good. That's good to know. Peter, how are you? Welcome in. Rock and Roll saying happy birthday to Kimbers. There you are, Rock and Roll. Camilla is cameraman waiting for someone to trip on the cables. Well, they dressed him really nicely yesterday. If you were with us, we saw the guy dressing those cables really nicely, and I admired it because I had to do that when I was working at an AV company. When I first started out in the industry, as it were, I would dress cables and to make sure nobody tripped on them. Because if somebody tripped on them, that's not good. You don't want anybody tripping on them. So I appreciated his effort. So they're showing us how well he dressed them. All right, let's see. All right, Legally Blonde. I was wrong. You were right about Noonan and Houston. Somehow I blended them together. Houston was her friend outside of work. Noonan was the one she bonded with on the call. Okay, I didn't even know Houston was her friend outside of work. That's a new one on me. I had no idea. I thought she was only connected to Noonan. So that's a new one on me, that Houston was connected to her as well. So that's a new one on me. But thanks. Kaylee saying happy birthday. Is Jenny with us? I see people saying hello to Jenny G. Sporty Aspen, good morning. Welcome in. Fanny, good morning to you. Bondi, what time is this supposed to start? They say 9 o'clock. Yesterday they were late by about 15, 20 minutes. So they say 9. So take it for what it is. There's Jenny. Good morning. Dove, again, they're supposed to start at 9, but they started late yesterday. They started at like quarter after yesterday too, I think. So any minute. Amby, how's little Roger doing? He's doing great. He's actually doing great. He's right here. Yeah, he's right here. He's all relaxed. Relaxing. All right, so Aaron found some good information here. All right, so immediately after the shooting, June 30th, right, Officer Noonan was placed on critical incident leave, which was paid leave. All right, so you guys talked about that. So he was placed on critical incident leave. He returned to duty August 27th. So a month later, July, August. About 2 months later, he returned to his full-time duties, right? Then something changed. So January 11th, failed to report for a scheduled shift. He was deemed AWOL. He received a written reprimand. Holy smokes. And then January 17th, he was placed back on critical incident leave. He still reportedly received paid detail assignments while on leave. And his employment status and leave history were actively being litigated by the defense, Brady and Giglio. Wow. All right. So did you guys catch that? So he's placed on critical incident leave. He returned on August 27th. Then he failed to report for a scheduled shift January 11th of 2026. So January 17th, he received a written reprimand. So January 17th, he was placed back on critical incident leave, but he was still receiving paid detail assignments. And right now, his employment status and leave history are being actively litigated. So I am sure we're going to hear that on cross. I'm sure we're going to hear something about that on cross. So good job, Aaron. That's Noonan. Snow Caddish, that's Noonan. I was just talking about Officer Noonan. That was all Officer Noonan. So Officer Noonan. Officer Noonan was placed on critical incident leave June 30th. He returned to duty August 27th. January 11th, he failed to report, was deemed AWOL. Then he received a written reprimand. January 17th, Officer Noonan is placed back on critical incident leave, but he's still receiving paid detail assignments while on leave. And right now, his employment status are being litigated. So we'll see if the defense brings that in. Yes. Yeah, I know Aaron finds some good stuff. Joanne, good to see you. How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Lori, I heard it yesterday in a chat, but wanted a confirmation, right? Okay. Kelsey, just misspell that so we don't get in trouble. Just misspell. Just take out the D or add new rugs or whatever. We understand. Just misspell that if you don't mind. Same with, those words that YouTube smacks us for. Tulips. Good to see you. Becky B. No, they have not started yet. They're late. They're running late as they did yesterday. Iowa backyard cam. I have issues with the child being ripped from mama without warning, and then when did she see the baby again? So heartbreaking and unfair. Yeah. Oh, Iowa backyard has a great channel too, you guys. And if Colleen is with us, definitely go check out Iowa backyard cam. If you guys are looking for something that's not trial related, definitely go check out Iowa backyard cam. All right. That was I think I answered that already. But yeah, I know I think I'm behind you guys. Officer Noonan. It's Officer Noonan. Yeah, Brug. It's okay, Kelsey. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's all right. Just try to remember in the future. That's all. Not a big deal. CCG TV, good morning to you. Shandy, maybe he struggled with shooting a fellow officer. Maybe. Hey, Tony, good to see you. All right, let me catch up to you guys. Yes, Iowa backyard cam and her squirrels. Aaron prefers to stay off camera. We tiptoe around spicy words. Yeah, we just don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. We're doing really good, you guys. We hit, we hit 20,000. Remember, you guys, we hit 20,000. We're up to 20,805. So we're in a really good pattern right now. We don't want to screw that up. Terry, good morning to you. Camilla, we do learn something new every day. Hey, Carol, good morning to you. Mal, I prefer a punctual judge. I do too. Dreamhorse, trying to stay neutral, so we'll be watching trial, not chat for now. Justin was suspended last week for an investigation, but it's really about his use. Yeah, I have that article. I think, did you guys? Somebody sent it. I don't want to say your name in case. Okay, there, brown eyed girl. I see you sending. I see you sending it. Okay. I don't know if this is your name or I don't want to dox anybody, but somebody named Patty I don't know. Again, I don't want to dox anybody. So anyway, here's this article. Oh no, wait, those are texts. Sorry, those are text exchange. Patty sent us text. Aaron has, I think. Let's see. All right, here's. Yeah, fiancé placed on leave. Okay, so Aaron found this. So let me come over here. All right, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, estranged fiancé placed on leave by North Andover Fire Department. All right. Yes, Aaron has the texts as well. Let's see. Aaron has everything, right? She's got everything that we could possibly need for this trial. So here's the article about news comes from Fitzsimmons. Let's see. Let's see. So this week, okay. So prosecutors say her defense is maintained. Okay, Fitzsimmons' defense lawyers filed a motion to seek records from the fire department regarding his use. And they have him smoking. We've seen those. I think I showed you that. Wait. He was placed on paid leave pending the outcome of an unspecified investigation. Well, we're pretty sure it was probably his substance use. And that was from March 13th. That was like 2 weeks ago or so. Let's see. Sturgill, C.H. Sturgill. Could Kelsey sue the police department for mishandling this situation resulting in bodily harm? She might be. She might eventually. She might. Hey, Kelly, did courts not check the dad out before letting him gain custody of the newborn? Nope. No, they just gave it to him. They just gave the baby to him. It was an emergency restraining order asking for custody, and that's it. They didn't vet it. They didn't do anything. Skrubnik, good morning to you. Okay, Richard, state's opening, he said colleague and friends, not partner. Okay. Joanne, yes, 2 weeks ago. Yes, she does, Debbie. Erin finds all kinds of stuff for us. Mama, wow, he had a problem with usage and has the baby. Yeah, according to Kelsey, he's snorting Adderall, he's dropping acid, he's doing mushrooms. I mean, I don't know. It's just really weird. Let's see. Here we go. All right, hold on.
All persons have entered for the Honorable Jeff Carter, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence, within and for the County of Essex. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
March 24th, 2026. Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carter presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Maria Moyer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Cooley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms.
Timothy
Fitzsimmons.
Bradle, Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Haley, to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for a view. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking the view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file the motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means. But so I was told at Sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a it is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay. All right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place or the Commonwealth has had the ability to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it?
No.
Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have. So I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Bradle. I just don't want a last minute decision because we need to. Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you
okay?
very much, Ron.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And I can just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but.
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which, from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I can get I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, etc. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. That's you folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
So we'll take one more. We'll reach out one more time to see where it goes, and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something, Mr.
No, I just had two more questions for him. And then
for him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
just remind him.
Yes, sir, please.
You can take the stand, sir.
Good
Just
morning,
reminding you that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Gubitosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
May I inquire you?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay, so you're not recording anything right
absolutely not.
now? Okay. Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you, collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Aylaian.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment. I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move. Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you. And just 1 second, Mr. Brady. All set, Mr. Brady. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So, when did you become aware that Justin Aylaian was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
Okay. And you were with Kelsey when she was she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
Okay. You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement and safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So, the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So, in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that...
I didn't ask you what he said.
Okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiancé got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good, right?
No.
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay, overall,
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to that. We'll circle back
And
on
I
all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to impeach.
I will,
him.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure.
You said that you didn't know her well,
That's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So
is
we
it
got
yes or
along
no?
when we went to calls, yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradle, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
it again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay.
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and that he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it, that she's a whack job?
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
The job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete, because we can't have two folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
And also, you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
I'm asking about a state of mind, Your Honor.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went in.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so, with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So, your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway was...
So you didn't know her very well?
I knew where she lived, and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house?
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom, holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door.
Yes.
Right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there, and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves, yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms, and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable, and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
A fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's wrong with the word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply, sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby. But that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you... Can you rephrase that?
Well, here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Mr. Brado, a comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. and that's very forthright of you.
Just a moment.
Yep, take your time.
I asked you something about your grand jury testimony that we alluded to. So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36, who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
You knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job, brought by her fiancé, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order?
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
What job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
when I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing her in,
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Sorry.
Hold on. Let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with them behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. I'll see you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
Okay. And like a boom boom?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in the audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident, and now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
And what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot. Both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it, don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's the
How
truth.
can that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
Okay. You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify.
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi.
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here, what you say happened. You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
All right, so it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees?
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her.
Yes.
Maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over maybe. How about
yes.
that? Okay. And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Is that like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
Okay. So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show a modified Weaver stance? That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you?
Please.
So are you asking him Just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
Well, that's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
Okay. And can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry.
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have a seat.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes.
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off,
No.
and there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either.
So she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has you feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you. She tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps. She tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up. She sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then
How many
sidestep.
steps?
I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer.
Who's a whack job?
Who tried to kill me.
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happened.
Yes.
And then she taps the magazine.
Yes.
And then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes.
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes.
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No.
You were flustered, weren't you?
No.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So, at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So, was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So, you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
a patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years.
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or do you know?
I didn't know where it went.
Okay. And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think. But I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
May I approach her?
Yes, just a photo. Yes.
Do you have some? Thank you, sir. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm going to show you for the record Exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's at a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes. That would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of, I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you Exhibit 75. Is this the...
it's the white, yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now, let's just go over...
It's Exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, let's talk about who touched the firearm. So, Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So, your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No weaver stance.
Okay, so one hand?
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
a one-handed?
Okay. It's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So, she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle, and she lowered her weapon, and I stopped shooting, and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. Mm-hmm. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that?
I don't. It's too close to her.
Okay. Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white shelf, bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives, and
yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it, right?
I do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey, and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes.
Okay.
Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep, make it safe.
Okay, so it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top, and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked, and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006, or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier.
Yes.
Of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Aylaian just did to her, right?
I don't think it was, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yep.
Please, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would have emptied that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were you'd started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what, I'm sorry?
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So, is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure. Let's go to sidebar.
All right, so what do you guys think about Officer Noonan? How credible is he? 9% are saying he's spot on. 16% are saying he's a bit hazy. 43% are saying I see holes. 31% of you are saying he's not telling the truth. So sidebar was requested by defense before he asks the next question. I wonder what that might be. Actually, the next question. Hey, Matt, welcome in. Yeah, it's an interesting trial. It's a very interesting trial because it's going to boil down to the credibility of the witnesses. It's going to boil down to, do you believe he said or do you believe she said? So which person are you going to believe? Joanne says, not truthful. Smoke screens, couldn't care less. Fanny says, not buying what he's selling. More holes than a tea bag, Becky says. Elaine says, totally incredible. John says, so far he's been rock solid, very credible on cross. I think my next poll is going to be, do you think jury trial or bench trial is a better way to go? Couldn't care less because there's no body cam. Yeah, I hope they get some body cam. I was reading to you guys yesterday, $3 million was put into maybe about 30 police stations, police departments, something like that. It was quite a lot. North Andover was not one of them, which is a shame. Cross-Examnesia says there is some confusion for you on the events in the room. Mel Stiller says your son is a 4th-degree black belt, trained to disarm an attacker. Matt says, am I understanding correctly, an on-duty cop shot an off-duty? Yes, at her house. That is correct. That is correct. They went to go serve a restraining order. Her ex-fiancé took out a restraining order, ex parte, which means she wasn't there. He just filled out a restraining order, got an emergency restraining order. These 3 officers went over to serve it, and then this happened. She says she pulled out the weapon to take out her own life. He's saying she pointed it at him, so he fired at her. So, AWOL says, either way, she's not guilty, and if he was on trial, I would be at not guilty because she self-admitted to going for it. Yeah, she was facing having her baby taken away, Kathy, you're right. So the restraining order was take your baby away. 4 months? He was born in February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, 4-month-old baby. Baby's going away. Firearms are going away, which meant she probably was going to lose her job. So she had postpartum depression. She had, she was on, well, recently she's been on 3 meds. I don't know what kind of medication she was on then. She clearly was not, I guess just not thinking clearly, not thinking of the situation. I mean, if she had just gone with the flow and dealt with it, it would have been like 12 days, 12 to 14 days. She would have been able to fight the custody battle. So with the help of possibly her mom and obviously, lawyers. Let's see. DHS should have been there to take the baby. Dove says, yeah, that's kind of where I'm saying that that's where the system failed. I think a judge just saying, yep, emergency restraining order, go for it. I think there should have been, and whether that was a male or female doing that restraining order, I think when a 4-month-old is involved, I don't think there was enough vetting. I don't think there was enough looking into the backstory, and it may just be that their hands are tied and they don't have time. I get that. But I think at least a social worker from the department should have been there, because they said they have social workers. I think it was Daly said that yesterday, Lieutenant Daly. They have social workers. I think they should have brought somebody from Child Protection Services, a social worker, a female, all of the above. I mean, this is your colleague. I think that's where I don't know I think the system failed, and then I also think the law enforcement, I think they failed in that regard. Meaning they could have done this a little bit more gently. Like, to me, it was just like, they're going in, we're taking your baby, we're taking your firearms, F you. I mean, that's kind of basically what's going on here. Deal with it, right? Just deal with it. And I think they could have been a little bit more gentle in that respect, especially if it's a colleague, especially knowing, well, I don't know if they knew she had postpartum depression. That I don't know. But I do think they could have been a little bit more gentle in how they handled this. Hey, Colburn, welcome in. New viewer, welcome in. Just came across your page this morning. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Legally Blonde says Massachusetts law enforcement protocol needs an overhaul. I'm not the least bit surprised this was a mess from the start. Well, from what we've heard from Karen Reed and now Kelsey Fitzsimmons, it's a disaster, depending on which side of the aisle you stand on. Amy says DFS should have been there, not her boyfriend, his sister, and her coworkers. Yeah, I think that's, I don't know. Heidi, but did she really wave the weapon? We don't know, Heidi, because there was no body cam. So it's going to boil down to what she says to what he says. It truly is a case of he said, she said, he said. She's saying she raised the gun, put it to her temple. He's saying she pointed it at his face. Who are you going to believe? Who's more credible? That's where it's going to be. All right. Judge is coming back.
As I stated at Sidebar, we should discuss in open court what was raised at Sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, Okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
All rise. We'll stand in a 15-minute recess.
All right, they're taking a 15-minute recess. A. Colburn, they got like $3 million was partitioned out to a bunch of police departments, and they were not one of them. And that was last year. So I don't know if they have. Well, let me check. Does North Andover Police Department have body cam? See if it comes up. Okay, based on reports from March 2026, North Andover Police Department does not currently have body-worn cameras. Now here it says, while the department received grant funding in late 2024 for potential implementation, officers were not equipped with cameras during a notable unrecorded officer-involved shooting in June. All right, so they're saying they received grants in November of 2024. And there's no state mandate. Massachusetts does not currently mandate that police departments use body cam. All right, so according to a quick Google search, they received funding in November of 2024. So, yeah, that's a shame. All right, let's go over Officer Noonan's testimony here, because I'm personally finding inconsistencies. I don't think he's rock solid. I think he's hemming and hawing and kind of not 100%. Anyway, that's my opinion. All right, so right off the bat on cross. Mr. Bradle asks him, are those AI recording glasses? Why on earth would you do that? Anyway. All right. So he arrived at the house around 5:30 or 6. They didn't secure any firearms. He was asked, why did you bring the guy who got the RO to the person that he was in fear of? I personally, I don't know. I don't have a problem with that, because if I had gotten an RO against somebody that I was afraid of, I would go to the house knowing that officers were there. So I don't have a problem with officers saying, "Hey, Justin, come on over." I do have a problem with the way Justin just comes into the house. So he was a little too familiar there for me. He and his sister just like come blasting into the house. So I do have an issue with that, but I don't have an issue with him being there, because I think I would have done the same thing. Hey, I'm afraid of this person. I got a restraining order against them. You guys are there. Cool. I'm going to come over and get some of my stuff. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see what else. So Lieutenant Daly called Justin. He wasn't aware that Justin was coming over to the house. He didn't see Justin at all. He said an older woman was causing a scene, so Houston went downstairs to mitigate that. He didn't take any steps to go downstairs. He stayed on the landing. He didn't leave Kelsey alone at all. He said that the in the way they served that restraining order, that he said that went according to, that's the way, like there was no weirdness. He said it was just kind of normal. He says it's inaccurate that this was a garden variety RO, restraining order serving situation. All right, I guess it was inaccurate. Daly asked him to meet, but he didn't tell him the plan. Now, I guess he told a grand jury something else. He said he didn't know Kelsey well, and she was on maternity leave most of the time that he was there. So then he does admit, well, we did go on 1 or 2 calls together, and they got along well. So then remember yesterday I thought that he said he didn't even know who she was, but then we went back and we listened to that, and he said he did know, he knew her, he knew of her, he knew her. So they went on 1 or 2 calls. Now, Kelsey says in her statement that I read earlier, and I read yesterday, Kelsey says they went, a mother took out her life and her infant's life. So that's the call that Noonan and Kelsey went on the year before. And she said that was a traumatic experience for her. And she said she considers him a friend. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I went on 1 or 2 calls with her. So he's definitely distancing himself from her. He didn't have an opinion of her. So he's basically saying he didn't have an opinion of her. She's saying, he's like, I consider him a friend. So, and then Mr. Bradel asks about this Maureen Teresi, who happens to be Noonan's neighbor. He called her a whack job. So are we going to hear from Maureen Teresi? Or is the defense going to call in Maureen Teresi? Of course, he says he doesn't recall saying that. It's possible, though. He says it's possible that I called her a whack job after she tried to take my life. So he's upset about that, as he should be. I don't have a problem with him being upset about that if that's truly what happened. Then we get into she parked her car, where she parked her car. They talked about they could box her in and take her into custody. Sectioning, so like a Section 8, putting somebody into a psychiatric situation against their control. That was brought up by the lieutenant. He thought it was suspicious of her parking her car so far away from the house. He knew where she lived, though. He said he knew where she lived because he patrols the town. So he says he knew where she lived. He didn't know that she was in the house. Let's see. He was still curious as to why the car was parked so far away, even though Kelsey comes out and opens the door like a regular mom. He had tactical gloves on for sanitary reasons, and he felt that he was going to be touching firearms. But he took them off fairly quickly because it was right before Kelsey handed him the baby, because the gloves were dirty and he didn't want to hold the baby with dirty gloves. So Mr. Bradel's like, hey, Kelsey gave you the baby. She gave you the baby and she asked you to feed. So there was 2 other officers there. She asked him specifically, here, feed my baby, hold my baby. Let's see. He likes to have nothing. He likes to have his hands free, so he didn't want to be holding the baby. That's why he handed the baby off. Then they talked about the word tactical. Mr. Bradel struck his own comment a couple times there. All right, so then we get into this grand jury testimony. So he got a call from Houston asking if Daly reached out to him. We have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. The job is serving. Okay, so here's the job. Serve the restraining order, get the baby, find weapons, box her in, section her. He's like, he says, that sounds good. But he's like, no, it wasn't just like any other day. Then we get into the actual shooting. So shots fired in rapid succession. So here we go into what constitutes rapid succession versus Kelsey backpedaling, sidestepping, racking, tapping, doing all kinds of things, and all within 4 seconds. He says he was giving commands while he was firing, but first he said it went boom, boom. Then he says it went boom, gave a command, and then boom again. So that's where I'm like, that's a little bit of an inconsistent statement. Which was it? Was it boom, boom, or was it boom, Kelsey don't, boom? Or are you doing boom, boom, boom? I mean, you can't go boom, boom and say Kelsey don't at the same time. You just can't. Kelsey don't. I mean, I guess you're saying Kelsey don't. I guess as you're pulling the trigger, Kelsey don't. So I guess you could be shooting and saying Kelsey don't at the same time. I suppose you could be saying that. So let's see. Now here's what I find really, really goes against everything that I am aware of. This took place on June 30th. He didn't give a statement until July 3rd. So that's not, I don't know about that. Richard, help me out on this one. This one doesn't sound right. If you're as we know, statements should be given as soon as possible because you have a clear memory, right? And as time goes on, you have time to kind of maybe change, just think about it, maybe change it, or whatever, right or wrong, your memory, might change the situation. But especially an officer-involved shooting with another officer, I would think that you would want that statement immediately. Do not pass go, just go straight to the station and give a statement right there and then give another statement. So what do you guys Richard, help me out, or anybody else. Hellrider, if you've ever been in a situation like that, I would think that the statement would not be given 4 days later. That I have a big problem with. All right, Hellrider, you're taking off? All right, help me out. Help me out on that, you guys. Help me out with that statement. All right. So let's see. Then we get into this rapid succession. So on July 30th, on July 3rd, he gave a different statement. So we kind of talk a little bit about that. Everyone left him alone until July 3rd. Yeah, I don't know. I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. All right. He says Kelsey kept giving him items to get him to go downstairs. He wasn't going to leave her. He wasn't going to leave her alone. So then we get into how this actually happens. So she goes to one knee. She goes to her right knee. Then she pushes off with her left leg, lunges towards, I guess, behind the door, grabs the firearm, points it at his face, pulls the trigger, goes click. He didn't know what the two-handed stance was, a modified Weaver stance. He didn't know what that was. I'm not going to hold that against him because I don't know what that is either. All right, Richard, okay. Involved officers are separated and immediately interviewed. Also, OIS should be investigated by impartial. Hey, Ronnie. Good morning to you. Oh, looks like we might be having some internet issues. Sorry, guys. Hey, Texas Cat. How are you? Kelsey's a ninja. Yeah. All right. Let's try and reenact this. All right. Thank you for that, Richard. All right. All right. So so he's saying, okay, so strong side. So she's using her right hand. So she's on her knees. She pops up, points it at his face, click, doesn't work. Then she starts backpedaling. She's tapping the magazine, trying to rack the firearm. She's backpedaling. She's going now. Then she's sidestepping. He says she's a well-trained officer who tried to take his life. Officer Bradle's like, so she goes from a wounded bird shaking to a female movie action hero. He was giving commands and shooting at the same time. I suppose that could happen. He's not a firearms instructor. I thought he was. But he has been training officers for 20 years. So then he says he shot from 15 feet away. So I thought it was like 3 feet away, but then I guess because she's backpedaling, he didn't know where the first shot went. And then defense, Mr. Bradle saying something about there was only one spent projectile found. So Daly picked up the firearm, puts it on the bed. He takes it from the bed, puts it onto the shelf. The Weaver stance. The FBI crouch. He never heard of the FBI crouch. All right. So then Officer Core comes in. He's rendering first aid. Let me see. He says it's hard to shoot a moving target. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was 3 feet away, but now it's 15 feet away. So, all right. So he's aware of the post commission, prohibit the use of deadly force when someone is in danger to themselves. He doesn't think that has happened. He doesn't think that had happened. So he thinks he was standing in her way to get downstairs so that she could take out Justin. I was like, whoa, that's huge speculation. So now he spent 4, 5, 6 moments saying, I don't know her state of mind. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what her state of mind is. But then he says he was standing in her way so that she could get downstairs so she could take out Justin. So which is it? Again, huge inconsistency for me. That's huge. First you're saying, nah, I don't know what her frame of mind is. I have no idea what was in her frame of mind. I have no idea. Oh, but I was standing in her way so that she could get downstairs to take out Justin. That to me is a big moment. That was a big moment for me for today so far, at least in his testimony. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think that that statement, he was standing in her way to get downstairs to take out Justin? Do you think that's an accurate statement? Do you think that's speculation? Do you think that's an inconsistent with what he's been saying the entire time? With I don't know what her state of mind was. I don't know what her state of mind was. C.H. Sturgill, he said he didn't know Justin was there. Yes. Good point. That is absolutely spot on. Kathy, that was a ridiculous assumption on his part. Renee, so how did he know that? He had no clue. He's just trying to save his butt. Did she know he was even there? I think so. Kimber's right. Right where did that even come from? He also said he didn't know Justin was there. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. He testified he didn't know Justin was there. That seemed odd to me. Speculation. Shocking statement. He said he didn't know Justin was there. Right. That's what I'm saying. You guys. That's huge. So for those that are voting 100% how credible he is, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I could say that he's 100% credible. I'm just not seeing that. All right, what else? Because if he's lying about that, what else is he lying about? You have to ask yourself that question. If he's willing to maybe not lie, but bend the truth maybe, or, then what else is he willing to bend the truth about? So, is he saying that in hindsight? No, he can't be saying that in hindsight because that's what he was thinking in the moment. He was thinking in the moment that he was standing in her way to get downstairs, to take out somebody who he thought wasn't even there. All right, let's move on. He had a taser, but he didn't think to use it. I don't blame him for that. He's not going to pull out a taser. You use deadly force with deadly force. That's what he's trained to do. Oh, he's trained. He stopped shooting when she stopped moving. That's what you're trained to do, not empty a mag. When he was asked to take the basket of books and some clothes downstairs, he says, "We'll deal with that later." She kept on packing stuff. He moved to Lawrence because he was looking for more calls to service and experience. Did you tell Kelsey that you had PTSD? He said, absolutely not. He was very adamant about that. So then he moved back to North Andover because he wanted a slower pace. And then a sidebar was requested before the defense asks the next question. Cross is not over yet. Nope, Kelsey, cross is not over yet. We're still on cross. Let's see. A. Colburn says, if she's found not guilty, will anything happen to him? Charges removed from position? It's a good question. I'm not sure. I know it's going to help her for sure with her custody battle. That'll definitely help with her custody battle. I'm not sure what's going to happen to him. He's on leave right now. We read that. Aaron sent that to us. He's on leave. Snowcatish, if there's one weak link, you throw out the whole chain. Sent Bunny, creative storytelling. El Teddy, the judge asked if that was after the fact. He said in hindsight. Did judge ask him that specifically? That was in hindsight to that specific? All right, I'll trust you on that. Oh, Katrina, the judge had him clarify that was in hindsight. Okay. All right, I'll add that to my notes. Thank you guys for adding that to that. Let me just add that to it. Where was that? Okay, was that in hindsight? Judge, was that in hindsight? Yes. All right, so we'll add that. All right, thank you for that. Therese says, the judge noticed the inconsistency because he commented in hindsight you were thinking that. Okay, good. Okay. Lily Wayne, they showed a quick reaction at the defense table when he said that. They looked totally surprised and incredulous. Yeah. You saw Kelsey. Kelsey's like looking around like, what? S. Rose says his eye blink made me doubt him. Jenny, I'm guessing she'll file a civil suit, probably. Yeah, depending on how this goes, of course. JMS, he meant in hindsight, looking back to think of a reason she drew it. He said in hindsight on the stand. Okay. Brat, remember how hard he fought against admitting he gave the child away to free his hands? He's been shaping his testimony throughout. Amber, welcome in, welcome in. Finally caught up. Good, good. Welcome in. Sherry, if there isn't already, I'm sure there will be a huge custody battle. Yeah, it's in April. There's a custody hearing in April, I believe. I have it here. April 14th. See at the very bottom? See the very bottom of the graphic there? April 14th is the family court hearing. So that's going to be pretty intense as well. So April 14th. So depending on how this goes, obviously, is going to help or hurt her. Betty, you're catching up. So Noonan has had all the training. He loved bragging about it yesterday, but he doesn't know the stance name that she took when pointing. Yeah. Well, again, credibility. All boils down to credibility. Ronnie, not familiar with this case, so I had to go read up on it. Appreciate the step-by-step of what has happened so far. Sounds like this is going to be a pretty interesting trial. It is. Sherry, thank you so much for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome. Masshole, there you are. I think you're in chat. You can get one. Dietrich Blackwell. Mayday got a gifted membership. Deborah got a gifted membership. Copper Horse got a gifted membership. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sherry. Appreciate that. Wait, let's see. Richard, have you ever been driving and all of a sudden a car is about to hit you? Do you recall the immediate emotion you had? Yeah, holy. Grampy is skeptical. Therese says, I come from a long line of officers and I was a licensed officer in Minnesota. I back the blue through and through and I'm having a hard time believing him. I believe her. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let's see. Esro, this is a nice channel as compared to that other. We hiss at that other channel. We hiss at that other channel. Yes, Sherry M, you rock. Welcome in new members. Terror. Yeah, I'm sure your eyes get really wide and you're like, oh, I know when I'm, yeah, I know. Let's see here. Tim says, it's common nationwide police protocol to allow officers involved in shootings to get a few nights sleep to properly rest and refresh their minds before interviews and writing reports. Look it up. All right, let's look it up, Tim. Even though we just had a law enforcement officer tell us that that's not true, but let's look it up. How long does an officer wait to give a statement? A statement after a shooting. Let's see. All right, you're right. Officers involved in a shooting typically wait 24 to 72 hours or 2 sleep cycles before giving a formal, detailed statement. This practice, often protected by union contracts or state laws, allows for emotional decompression and memory stabilization. However, immediate public safety questions, outstanding suspects are usually required immediately. All right, good job there, Tim. Thank you for that information. All right, Richard, what say you then? What say you about that? Why police aren't questioned immediately after fatal shootings? After a police officer fatally shoots someone, it can take days or even weeks before the public or supervisors hear the officer's version of what happened. In many states, that so-called cooling off period is carved out in state law or in police department's contract. That opportunity to take some time before undergoing questioning by investigators angers community activists, yeah, I can see why, and others seeking reforms of police departments around the country who believe it gives officers time to reshape their story to justify a shooting and avoid getting fired or charged. Yes, 100% agree with that. Law enforcement officers and experts say officers need to be able to collect their thoughts so they don't provide details that are tainted by the trauma of the shooting. All right, Richard, what say you? What say you on that? Kimbers, thank you. Thank you, Kimbers, and happy birthday to you again. Something else 55 has to happen besides me. Oh, what? $55? Stop it, Kimbers. You're giving money out on your birthday? Come on. Yes, it's Kimber's birthday. Thank you so much for that, Kimbers. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Kimbers. All right, so, okay, how about when, let's see. So with officers, they can wait 24 to 72 hours, but for the public, they have to give a statement straight away. Okay, yeah, Fort Worth, Texas, a woman was fatally shot inside her home. But before this person could be compelled to undergo questioning, he resigned. So community oversight said, we laud police in this society as our protectors and purveyors of justice, and we hold them with such high regard. But when it comes to getting a statement when they have deleted one of us, they are held to a lower standard than if we deleted them. It's nonsensical. Yeah, I have to agree. I don't agree with that. But thank you, Tim, for that. Thank you for challenging that. I appreciate that. It was not a fatal shooting. That is true. It was not a fatal shooting. Aw, thank you, Kimbers. You're so sweet. It was not a fatal shooting. That is true, Sleep. Brett, that rule is because of who makes the rules and which side the officers are on. Any other person who had pewed someone would not be left alone that long before being questioned. No, they'd be questioned straight away. All right, practice often allows a cooling off period of 24 to 72 hours. Research suggests immediate or faster interviews don't harm and improve accuracy. Selena, they took a 15-minute break, and it's been like a half an hour. That's what this judge does. He said a 15-minute break, and it literally has been 27 minutes. Yeah. So, Kathleen saying happy birthday to Kimbers. Tim, thank you. Yeah, no, man. Please call me out if I'm incorrect. I don't want to be inaccurate. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I love about our chat. As you guys educate us, I like to educate you. So thank you. Appreciate that. All right. AWOL, cool down period. I don't agree with. Interview right after incident, then cool down period and second interview. Yeah, see, that I would agree with. I would agree with that, AWOL. I would say, yeah, definitely give first immediate account, boom, this is what happened. Then take time off, day 2, 3 days, whatever it is, and then come back and be like, all right, I had time to think about it, I wish they would change that. I do wish they would change that, but it is what it is. Church Sturgill, CH Sturgill, maybe there's a line at the bathroom. Maybe. Renee saying happy birthday to Kimber. Kimber's shares a birthday with Scott and Recovery Addict. So that's cool. Joanne Jedi Platypus. By the way, on my birthday, I will not be following Kimber's lead. $98 is a bit much for this old lady. Joanne, you're funny. Joanne, you're great. Let's see. AWOL, member for 1 month. Awesome. Thank you as a truck driver that you bumped the audio. Oh, thank you as a truck driver that you bumped the audio. Okay. Christy, where can you see the text? They're online. Let me see here. Let's see. Aaron has them. Let me see if I can find them in here. Is it? You know what? We'll put it. Maybe we'll put them up online. Let me talk to Aaron about that. Maybe we'll put them up on our page, on our YouTube page. Let me talk to Erin before I assign her any tasks. Sorry. Let me talk to Erin about that. We'll talk at lunch about that. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Kimber's March 24th is National Cheesesteak Day, American Diabetes Association Alert Day, National Chocolate Covered Raisin Day, National Cocktail Day, and National AG Day. What's AG? Kimber's, what is AG? What's AG? AG Day. Let's see. Oh, there. Erin's working on it now. Okay. All right, Christy. Erin's working on it now. Thank you, Erin. Love you. All right, let's see. Erin says, I've got them. I'll get them uploaded to our drive. Hang on. Jenny Awal, thank you so much for supporting the channel. We love having you in the chat. I second that. And good to see you. You're going to be 150. Vicky, so she was going to take out herself, but he took her out and is saying it's self-defense because he just wants to, I need help with this. No. Well, she's saying yes. She's saying it was going to be self-deletion. He's saying she pointed it at his face. So he's saying it's self-defense, not because he just wants to shoot her. Yeah, I think you were correct, other than just take out because. Remove because he just wants to, that's all. Then I think you got it right. She wants to take out herself. He's saying she pointed at his face, so it's self-defense. Oh, yeah, Attorney General. You have no idea. Let's look up National AG Day. What is, I'm afraid what I'm going to find. National AG Day. What is National AG Day? Oh, agriculture. National Ag. Oh, agriculture. It's agriculture. National Ag. Yeah, agriculture. There you go, Amber. Yes. National Agriculture. National Pound Cake Day. Yeah, it's agriculture. So it focuses on contributions of agriculture to daily life, focusing on how food, fiber, and energy are produced. So, agriculture. Agriculture. Oh, Debbie, thank you for that. Debbie's supporting us with Buy Me a Cup of Coffee. Thank you, Debbie. Let me check in there. Let me go over here and check. Debbie, you're so fantastic. I mean, we love having you in the chat for sure, but there's Debbie, $10. Thank you so much, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are so very, very kind. And I will even say that. Are so very, very kind. Thank you.
We're back in session. You may be seated. Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Just for the record, Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct?
No, Judge.
Okay. And Mr. Bradle, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Judge, yes, thank you. I wanted to introduce Aylaian and Julie Cassidy. They're attorneys that are working with us in the probate court, and I wanted to ask if it would be all right if they were up here because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, but if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just let me get your names. I'm sorry, your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
And you?
Ryan Leonard. L-E-O-N-A-R-D.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at Sidebar. So Mr. Bradle came to Sidebar, asked for permission to explore three areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Bradle, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the three areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore three areas on cross with Officer Noonan on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony. Right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay. So number two, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number two was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number three, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA.
Yes, Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman while you're out on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Bradle, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these three things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and it has nothing to do with the prosecution team, and there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did, but let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing, but I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado. What's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy because the collective bargaining unit policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so, in that way, there's no potential promise reward. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please.
I didn't write in my paper as I was
Sure.
doing it. I think, again, it's both a promise reward reducement. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing of consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
What do you say
Did she
to
say
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even
Can I
on
take a
even
crack
on,
at
well,
the
even
other
on-
side of it?
No, even on my theory, and I'll just give me a moment. Sure. Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation, to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave presume. I think this is what I heard. Is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty? That is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job, that's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented or is it legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't. Go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, and I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the backhander. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions of North Andover police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of Rule 14. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradle says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA?
hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no per se basis to ask you questions as an initial matter.
All right, so Mr. Bradle, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan, allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated at Sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration, if I could.
Please.
So, we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that
to assert generally what
I won't say
your sources. Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, etc. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, that this, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake. And that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay. So let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a public a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says yes, no, okay. Then what? Let's say he says no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, Your Honor. At a minimum, okay. We have that.
All right. So, all right. And then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and...
what's the source of your information?
Another whistleblower. And, they come to me in good faith and,
have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth?
No,
Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan. Thank you, Officer Noonan. Mr. Breda, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
All right. And you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet, at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just a yes or no question.
Yes.
All right. And that is an accommodation that was made via a side. May I inquire, Your Honor? Or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained. No. You've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Bradle. Next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question, Officer Noonan. Please don't answer it until I hear it.
So
go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right. Yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So
that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross, right? I'm assuming that you're
in that area,
okay.
right?
Right.
In terms of rewards, Judge. Yes, that's all I have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you said that,
kinda
that there was
confused.
discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about her or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior, so.
So here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
It could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay. So we're going to have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked? If you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay. All right.
Fiancé had just taken out a restraining order, and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
Thank you. So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't.
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
Because she tried to kill me.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
Do you recall me asking?
Oh, you
here
asking,
today?
yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024 that was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby?
Yes, that was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes. I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had, Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes. I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978, I'll just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
All right. May I approach you?
Yeah.
And I apologize, I have to do this on my cell phone. This just came up this morning. I can show Kelsey.
Okay.
May I approach on?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you some of these two screenshots, first of all. First of all, that's a contact, and that's your phone number, and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here?
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is, the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in blue.
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, etc.
Yes.
He said his answer was he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing now?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when a witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay,
And so,
fair enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says, what I suggested?
Yes, it does.
And so, we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her. And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I don't remember that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing, you have a baby to live for.
Yes.
Right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right. Just need a moment, Your Honor, if I may.
No problem, take your time.
page 11, counsel? The 80-something page report, 90-page report. With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son. You know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry. You have a son. You know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up. She grabbed my hand. I held her hand, consoled her. And then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me. Death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. No more? You're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun?
Yes.
That Officer Court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Okay. Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure. I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Corr what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, Judge. That's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Bradle, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you put a sidebar before the witness departs?
Before the witness departs, oh, you were almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
All right, Noonan was almost out of there. So 387 votes. How credible is Officer Noonan's testimony? 37% of you said 30%, I see holes. 29% of you said 0%, he's not telling the truth. 19% said 60%, a bit hazy. 15% of you said 100% spot on. So 15% of you said totally agree with him. 19% said, he's a bit hazy. 29% said he's not telling the truth, and 37% said I see holes. So, so we brought out, or Cross brought out, Mr. Bradle brought out that they went on a traumatic call, but he made sure to say, oh, but there were other officers there. It wasn't just me and her. Made sure that he got that out there. And they experienced a horrific incident. Missy, 12 months. Awesome. Thank you so much, Missy. Appreciate that. All right. So, he kept distancing himself from Kelsey the whole time, right? Apparently he texted her, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. I have a guy I've been going to for years if I need a tune-up. But of course he doesn't recall that text. And then he also is like, that was a group text. So again, he's always distancing himself. Yes, we went on this horrific call, but there were other officers there. Yes, I texted her, but it was a group text. Can that create a bond? Yes, but you have to move on and get back to work.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I don't have to say that.
Thank you. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Stephen Core.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. You can have a seat. Or I guess good morning still.
Good morning, Your Honor. If I may.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Core. Stephen spelled S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name is Core, C-O-R-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay. What are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day?
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it. So you knew where she lived.
I do. Okay. Yes, correct.
We're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try
sorry.
to keep
Excuse
your
me.
voice up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs, and there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now, you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs?
Correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs, there was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was 2 doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay, and who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly, I saw Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
Okay. What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Okay. At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, secure that firearm. And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
Can't find that picture right now. Here we go. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of the white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but...
So this is the room you entered, correct?
Correct.
And this is the door you went in?
Correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm, I looked at the box, there was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down, I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine?
The bullets are in the magazine, correct. And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it?
Correct.
The one round or bullet was was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box. Well,
and what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this
is
image
not agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, and you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, the magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Okay. Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing that was at the top of the stairs, I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet.
Okay.
I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations with him?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, hey, did she get a round off on you? And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance.
Okay.
Just to explain the scene.
Have 1 second.
Sure.
Nothing else.
Okay. Cross? Mr. Brado, the cross?
Thank you, Mark. 37 more.
Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the...
Oh, sorry. Sure.
Only because to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not write a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
Okay. I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct? At the time?
I work with him as a coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
to the
happened to
30th?
July 30th?
July.
He's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
Okay. So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything direct?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Buenos Aires, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now at hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
Matt?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the State Police?
All assignments are what I'm doing now.
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right. So I graduated the academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the Firearms Identification Section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the Narcotics Inspection Unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the Narcotics Inspection Unit, and then to Firearms Identification Section again to work as the Executive Officer and now the Unit Commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the Firearms Identification Unit been?
Since I've been back, a little over 3 years.
What does the Firearms Identification Unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of Mass General laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training that is required amongst them and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yes, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors, so I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, making sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armors courses. You go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armors courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armors courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And how many weapons have you test fired?
Over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the Firearms Identification Unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
Okay. And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands.
And how many scenes have you responded to?
Hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes.
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
Yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex?
Yes.
Okay. Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So we have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gases build up from the burning of the powder, the projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is what's commonly known as a bullet?
Yes.
And the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes?
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, so it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it would sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twists. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they are in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
Did you say what marks?
A bunter mark. A bunter mark.
Can you spell that for the court?
It's B-U-N-T-E-R.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
Thank you.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. We'll strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. And it's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. Will engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the magazine?
Yes.
Okay. And what part of the gun is the magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon? So
the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part on the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered a 2 discharge casing as well as a projectile. And
did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crime scene services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just ask that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, Counsel, Mr. Breda, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has up there.
Okay, thanks.
Perhaps I thought there was an objection.
Okay. Perhaps when hold on one second. Perhaps when you're done, when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradle, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few, and you can object to a few, or all of them. Or... Take your time, Mr. Bradle.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection.
Okay, let's have Mr. Wayne mark those individually. You said there were 9?
Exhibit 81 so marked. Exhibit 82 so marked. Exhibit 83 so marked. Exhibit 84 so marked. Exhibit 85 so marked. 86 so marked. 87 so marked. 88 so marked. 89 so marked.
Thank you.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you Exhibit 83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the closer up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why was it moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me a moment? Sure. Just catch up.
Do you need the picture?
Do you mind putting that back on? Thank you.
What does picture Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of placard number 4 of that spent projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from placard number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it was taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, and taken a photo of it.
Showing you Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo down there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant, next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharged car's casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharged cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharged cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunch of marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to
Yes.
say? And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All rise. We're still in a 5-minute recess. Please don't exit the court.
All right, 5-minute recess while give you a Super Ball over here. Super Ball's getting hungry. She's doing her pacing. Are you getting hungry? It's a good girl. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. All right, good girl. Yeah, she's a good girl. All right. Hi. All right, 5-minute recess. I guess because Judge wanted to look at that exhibit. All right, so Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasaro, he's with Massachusetts State Police. He is in the Firearms Identification Unit. Before that, we heard from Stephen Core. He went to the scene. He basically was tasked for with securing the firearm. So with Detective Lieutenant Bonasaro, he's saying that they found, that image was switched too. Did you guys catch that? They switched that image. So this image, hold on a sec. All right. Let me check. Let me check this. Sorry. Super Ball's fur. Yes, yes, yes. I know. I know, dude. All right. Let me just make sure they're not flipping things on us. All right, so that's walking into it. And then here's the actual image. Okay. All right, they didn't flip it on us. All right. I thought they flipped the image on us. So they did not flip the image on us. So is he saying that's, oh my God, seriously? Hold on. Cat just jumped up. Sid just jumped up on the computer. Right up with the screen. Yeah, you. I saw what you did. All right. So he's saying that's a, and then there was a defect. There was damage to the AC. So those are the two shots that were fired. So one of them went through Kelsey. So I don't know if that's the one that went through Kelsey or the one that hit the AC went through Kelsey. I'm not sure. Let me move that up there. So one of those went through Kelsey. Let's see. Not saying it was, but if this is a cover-up, who's to say they didn't put bullets on the bed? Yeah, I don't know. Grampy loves you, Super Ball. Super Ball is saying, Super Ball is a she. Yes, Super Ball is saying she loves you. Yes. I know Super Ball loves. I know Super Ball loves us. That's more to the point. Super Ball says, feed me or I'll scratch your face. Peter Griffin, hello to you. Welcome in. JMS, so far from what I have seen and heard, she is guilty. Betty, could the one in the curtain be headshot and the AC went through her? Could be. Yeah, it could be. Let's see, we'll get over here. Yeah. So one hit the AC and then one's in the curtain. But that's weird that wouldn't it have gone through the curtain? Wait, that doesn't make sense. I think that's the one that went through her because that would go right through the window. If that was a clear shot, that would have gone right through the window. I think that's the one that went through her. I'm thinking. Because her body, not to be gross or whatever, her body mass, all internal, everything would have slowed down, then it exited her body. That to me makes sense that it would be in the curtain, because that would have gone right through that curtain, right through that window. Jerry, thank you so much for the Trial TV Live gifted membership. And Joe and Destiny got one. Nice. Nice. Let's see. Benishi, I'm not sure what I like most during the breaks of trial. A clock, the ceiling, the seal, a clock, the ceiling, the seal of the state, but definitely don't like the carpet. I know, right? Debbie, feed me. Totally. Kathy, your birds and dog have to be fed before 9 or they scream. Joanne, yes. Come on down. Joanne Destiny, come on down and get your... There you are. I love it when we get, when people get gifted memberships while they're in. I love that. I think that's great. Awesome. Your cat Tigger is showing why he's an orange cat today. That's funny that when I was a kid, when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I had a cat named Tigger. Kelsey, why is there no blood in the room? That's a good point. I think there was one photo where it may have been covered up or it was cleaned up. Yeah, that's a really good question. Shouldn't there be blood on the curtain? You would think there'd be spray. Where's Dexter, right? Where's our Dexters? Where's our blood spatter? Yep, absolutely there should be. All right.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendants are present.
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of firearms the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There was 2 North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I did.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had...
Well, I'm sorry. This almost only happens in Lawrence. But the window's open over here, which is what we need for because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble hearing. Do you mind closing that? Sorry, and you're going to have to repeat those last question and answer. I didn't. Thank you. Okay. Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm?
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes, I
did. Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise. So, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Brady.
That's fine.
So overruled. All right. So now I understand. Thank you.
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as 1 loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all 3 weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characteristics as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings and the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
Yeah, I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with.
I'll do it again, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It is safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon safe is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges, and you have 2 test fires that are conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask more.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Bradle, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No objection.
I don't know. Are you able to even?
Object to meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this kind of stuff.
I would ask that you just wait to put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
Sure. Thank you.
How about we put the gun in the box, and then the rest we can mark, tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box. This is a magazine. 91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is in the magazine.
Okay. 93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round.
Test fire.
95 test fired ammunition. 96 test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is Is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you'd load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber a round. You'd take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
Oh, my apologies.
No, I'm asking. That's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17.
7. The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17.
17
is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it 17 plus 1, so essentially 18 live cartridges.
So getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you Exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you examine this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was 1 loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the 1 loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to the drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection?
No.
Demonstrate
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
Yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
Right. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. You'd move the slide forward, it's still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And then in order to reset it, so right now you have a dead trigger, it's not going to do anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer's going to ignite the powder. Powder's going to build up gases. Projectors are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit an ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon but no bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pull the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. No further questions.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasaro.
Bonasaro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So, what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at. You can just let me know, or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me, no.
Okay, and let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm?
Yes.
Okay. And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's.
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything, and if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach, Ron? Yeah. I'm going to show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradle, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor.
Sure.
The question was, the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round, do they all have the same head stamp?
The 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp. Correct. Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
Sure.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured, and there was there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
Okay. And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex detective unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can...
Well, we can start there, and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report, and again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
That's fine. Let me ask, Mr. Brady, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
and then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So we'll stand a recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have him put the gun lock on?
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
Recess.
Should he put the gun lock on?
Yeah, do.
Okay.
So they're gonna start up at 5 to 2. That's what I'm like. Just say 2, Judge. Just say 2. Aw. Sorry to see that play on crime. I hope your little Joey's feeling better. All right. So they're gonna take a break until 1:55. Judge. Just say 2. It's funny, yesterday they broke it 12:50 as well. All right. Okay, so let's go over what we have seen today, heard today, I should say. So we started out with Officer Patrick Noonan. He was back on the stand. They had one question asked of him from direct, and that was the firearm was taken by the chief. So chief showed up, gave him the firearm. So going through his cross, he just recants. I'm not going to go over everything because we did that earlier, but I'll just go over some high-level stuff. He said that he didn't know Kelsey well and that she was on maternity leave most of the time he was there, but then he does admit that he went on 2 calls with her. But he says they got along. Right? So they got along even though he went on 2 calls. He doesn't recall telling his neighbor Maureen Teresi, they called her a whack job. He doesn't remember that. He doesn't remember about saying, oh, we're going to section her. If she reacts badly, we may have to get her sectioned. He doesn't remember that. He says it was inaccurate that it was planned to do that. Let's see what else. He knew that she lived there because he knows the town. So he knows that, I guess the town's small enough that he knows that she lives there. Then he says he doesn't know what her mindset was. Right? So we kind of talked about that, about him saying he thought that she was going to go downstairs and take out and shoot Justin, but then judge asked him to clarify that, and he says upon reflection, in hindsight. So let's see what else. Again, just going over high-level stuff. He says his job, the job was to serve the RO, get the baby, find the firearms, boxing her in, sectioning her. So that's what Mr. Bradel kept trying to get in. And here's where it gets a little confusing. He says they fired the shots in rapid succession and that Kelsey's on her on her right knee, lunges forward, grabs the firearm from behind the door, which I guess there was a shelf there, comes back, has the weapon in front of his face 3 feet away, pulls the trigger, goes click, nothing happens. Then she starts backing up. She's, racking it, trying to get the magazine in, doing all this stuff. She's backing up, sidestepping, and he shoots twice. He says, boom, boom. But then he says he's issuing all these commands. Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it, while he's shooting. Strikes her. So that's his testimony. Then we found that there was a projectile was on the bed and on the floor. One on the bed, one on the floor, but we definitely know there was one in the curtain, and then there was one on the floor. I don't know about this one on the bed. Not sure about that. All right, let's see what else. Then defense asked for a sidebar before he went into the next line of questioning, and it was basically about he has this whistleblower. So once they come back, he has this whistleblower talking about Noonan was placed on administrative leave. He apparently took some medication in January, and he was AWOL. He didn't arrive for his shift, so he was placed on leave. But he was given tasks to do, that special privileges for testifying. So he was out of the question. Judge says, hey, I'll allow one question each, but then that's it. So the judge was kind of, guiding defense there. I'll give you one question. You can ask one question of each of those points. One was he wasn't drug tested after the shooting. He missed a shift after the shooting. It was medication related. He was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details. So Mr. Bradel was allowed to ask one question each, and he had to, and whatever answer came back, he had it. So after the incident, he wasn't tested. He's like, I don't know the town policy. I wasn't tested. On a critical incident leave, so you're not able to perform duties yet being permitted to work. He said, yes. May I inquire, Your Honor? He's like, nope, you got your answer. Next question. Then he goes on to the next question about in January, you were absent from your shift. He gave a recorded statement on July 3rd to state police. Let's see. Oh, then this recording of his statement. We were going to take her firearms and then section her. So he admits, not he admits, but he was saying, no, that was never brought up or that wasn't brought up. But here he is, being recorded saying, yes, we were going to take her firearms and then we were going to section her. Then we get to this self-deletion, deletion by a mother and an infant. He said it was a horrific event. So he apparently, he kept distancing himself from her. So he's like, yes, we shared that, but there was other officers there. Yes, I texted her, but it was a group text. Yes, I told her, if I go down a rabbit hole, it's a very dark place. I have a guy. So he just kept distancing himself from her. And he's like, well, I'm a senior officer. She's going through a lot. I was trying to be there for her. And then he was asked, can that create a bond? He's like, yes, but you move on. You move on and you go back to work. So he was to me, he kept trying to distance himself from Kelsey by saying, yes, I texted her, but it was a group text. Yes, we shared this horrific experience, but there were other officers there. Does it create a bond? Yes, but you move on. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, he didn't mention this in court. You have a son, you want to be here for your kid. You told Kelsey, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for. He told investigators, she reached up and grabbed my hand, and I held her hand and then asked her why. She looked right through me right through me like a death stare. So that could be like, why were you pointing your weapon at me, or why were you trying to shoot yourself? I guess that goes both ways. So he didn't mention that in court. He said he totally forgot about that. Then we heard from Officer Stephen Core. He talks about he went to the scene, he secured the firearm. So nothing spectacular there. And then now we're hearing from Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonacero. He got to that residence. He's with the state police. He got there with two other troopers. They found a casing in the curtains above the AC unit. And Richard, you're saying that the blood would be absorbed, that there wouldn't be splatter. So interesting. And then there was a defect. There was a defect in the AC unit itself. So I think the one that ended up in the curtain probably went through Kelsey, because if not, that would have gone right through the window for sure. And then he just kind of explains how firearms work. He says, yeah, there were 17 live cartridges in that magazine. You can effectively get 18 if you take one out, or you leave 17 in there and then put one in the firearm itself. You effectively have 18 rounds. All right, so then they are at lunch. So I'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. They're running around, so they're definitely going to be active. Pammy, you gonna go get some chores done? No problem. Barry Adams hyping our koozie. Yes, we got our koozie. For those that want to shop, koozies are available. They're fun. I like the koozies. All right, let's see, what else are you guys talking about? Pammy, I wish that section statement had been highlighted and questioned more. Yeah, he didn't allow, judge did not allow. Didn't allow to continue on. Sewing gal, why would she try to unalive the cop when she knows there are more cops downstairs? That's a question. That's a good question. He thought that she was trying to get down to Justin to take him out. So Lisa, I remember Noonan finally admitted to calling her a whack job, claiming he said that after the incident. Sherry, boy, I did miss a lot. Oh, but with this recap, I don't need to rewatch. Thank you. Green-eyed cat. Hello, hello. Kelly, why would he say you need to live and be here for your son? Not in exact words, but in that context. Sounds like she was wanting to harm herself and not the other way around. Yeah, no, I agree. He says she reached up. Okay, he says you have a son. He said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for. You have a son. You know you want to be here for your kid. She reached up, grabbed my hand, and he held her hand, and then he asked why. But then what did Daly say? Lieutenant Daly said something as well, because Daly was there too. Let's see. Hi. Noonan looked at, Kelsey looked at him and said, why? Noonan said, calm down, keep breathing. He said the same thing. Kelsey was saying, I'm sorry, I want to die. Yeah, I don't know. It's confusing. Oh, let's see. Debbie posted something. Let me see if I can find your post. Let's see here. Why didn't they show a picture of the door she was behind and show where he was to show he didn't see it until she came from behind the door? Sounds fishy. They didn't do that. So why didn't they show a picture of the door she was behind and show where he was to show he didn't see it until she came? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Debbie. Yeah. Or did they? They showed a lot of pictures. I don't remember them showing the door and where he was. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Debbie. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good point. All right. Oh, sugars, you missed morning court just in time for kitty cam. Yeah, let's get some kitty cam going for to 1:55. All right, also play some music. Aaron has a new soundtrack for you guys. Let me see if here's the soundtrack. Get this going for you guys. All right, I will set up kitty cam for you. And let's see here. Get some kitty cam action going for you guys. All right, see you in, half hour. Yeah, I'll be back around quarter till or so. So maybe like 35, 40 minutes. Okay, see you guys soon. right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a good break there. Erin had located these text messages over the weekend while she was doing her research. So a big shout out to Erin for finding this information. And I am going to go ahead and read this. As you can see, it's pretty brutal to read, but we're going to do our best. All right, so again, huge shout out to Erin for finding these over the weekend. We're going to try and sort our way through this. All right. You just woke me to let me know I have to bring baby with me. This is like photocopied. God, this is terrible, right? All right. You were not listening. I will happily. Well, you know what? Hold on a sec. I have something else I can think. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. All right. So this is what they want to present into evidence. This is what they actually want to present into evidence, which boggles my mind that this is, sorry. This boggles my mind that they want to put this into evidence. But this is what they're hoping to put into evidence. All right, you just woke up to let me know I have to bring with me to work the little son. You're not listening. God, all right, I can't read that. We're going to go over here. You're not listening to me then. I will happily pick our son up and watch him at work. I said I didn't want to be in the house at this time. You have to respect that. You are choosing to not have me watch him and bring him to work. So that's Justin. Kelsey's on the left. You're not a babysitter. You're his dad. This is our home where the three of us live. Justin says, let's see. And by being his dad, I will watch him and pick him up if you wish. You're not a babysitter, Justin. You don't watch him. You can simply just come home and be home with him. You know the home where our family lives? That was a little snarky, I'm sure, right? Justin says, right now, Kels, those are the options. Those are the options. I will and can pick him up to be with you while you are at work, but you are choosing to bring him to work. You have to respect that I need space and time and will not be entering the house alone. Your space is abandoning your family. I don't understand why you can't come in our house and you won't explain it. I will not be single parenting for days and days on end. Justin says, when you strike me in the face several times and physically assault your best friends, Kels, you set the tone. I'm reacting in the best way possible to find a way forward, and this is what I need. It is not about what you need anymore. We need to be the best parents possible, and I cannot do that in the house at this time. Kelsey says, just not even true, but okay. Abandon your son. Thumbs up emoji. I forgot everything that comes out of Katrina's mouth is the truth. Not sure who Katrina is. Good luck to you. Justin says, and Cassie and Cassandra maybe, and Michelle are all lying. Kelsey says, you're missing valuable days with your son you will never get back by your own choosing, probably. You're making me a very single mother by your own choosing. I'm rescheduling our son's surgery right now. I will not be doing this alone. Wow, so he needs surgery. I wonder what happened that he needs surgery. I will not be doing this alone. Answer the phone. Sad that you let your feelings toward me affect your son. Poor kid. Let's see. Sad you have affected poor kid. The purest, innocent soul gets affected because you won't help me fast him. You won't help me fast him. Not sure what that means. Would you like to tour his daycare with me? No, my mom has offered free daycare. We do not have $500 a week for daycare. Kelsey says, he's going to daycare. Don't worry about the money, it's taken care of. Who's paying for it? Justin asks. Kelsey says, doesn't matter. Do you want to tour it with me or not? Justin says, well, it does matter. Kelsey says, it doesn't. If you want to come, great. If you don't, great. Justin says, you want to place a 4-month-old in daycare? Kelsey says, I am, yes. Do you want me to pack your stuff and move it out? I'm going to have to sell my house and find an apartment. Justin says, I need my debit card and license. You took right now, that's it. And the license you took right now, that's it. Kelsey says, don't have it. Why would I have that? I'll leave all your stuff outside. I have to put my house on the market. Justin says, please do not touch my belongings. Kelsey says, I can't risk being in a situation I can't afford because you have told people you are leaving but haven't told me. Justin says, who on earth have I told that to? You keep making things up. Kelsey says, not me, that's for sure. Oh, really? I made that up? Okay. If you're leaving me, you need to tell me so I can figure out my life, not tell others, tell me. Justin says, I need space and time right now. I don't have a plan. I just know I need space and time. Kelsey says, okay, that tells me nothing. After your space and time, are you leaving? Because I need to come up with a plan. You're not going to leave me in the dark on my own life. Okay, that's fine. Justin, don't answer me. I'll put your stuff outside in boxes, of course. Get an attorney and sell this house. I'm not going to be set up. This is my life. Am I paying our venue the $4K or should I hold off? Am I paying our venue the $6K or should I hold off? Oh my gosh, is that the wedding? Is she really talking about the wedding still? I have $6,000 waiting to send him. It's due July 4th. If I send it, we cannot get a refund. We can't get a refund on anything. Would you like me to send it or hold off? Oh, Kelsey, what are you doing? You're talking about marrying this guy after putting his, what are you doing? You're literally talking about him moving out, putting his stuff out in boxes, and then you're still talking about getting married. Justin says, only $15,000 was left to pay, and I sent you that already. Kelsey says, so what am I doing? I think we are under contract to pay it regardless. Can you send me the contract? Kelsey says, no, I don't have it. Regardless, if I talk to Gene, I'm sure he will let me keep the money. Do you want me to send it or not? Justin says, not yet. I don't know. Laughing, crying emoji. Tell me everything I need to know. Thank you. I'll send it to my parents now for their troubles and call Jean today. Kelsey, that's not what I'm saying. I don't have any answers today. Kelsey, just hold me for it's not due till the 4th. Kelsey says, I'll meet you at the Common at 2 p.m. For what? Kelsey says, what do you mean? On the phone, you said we can meet up in public or go for a walk. I'll see you at the Common at 2 with our son. Question mark. Kels, I have no debit card, no license. My gas tank is empty and could he got money this morning to drive to get our son, but somebody and somebody are both gone. Lisa and Doug, it looks like. Let's see. Can we meet tomorrow instead unless Lisa comes home and I can get some money for gas? You don't have enough gas to get here? I haven't gone through any of my bags yet besides my purse, and many of my stuff was stolen as well. Geez, I will look in the other bags. I look in the other bags. I didn't even bother touching it because some substance was poured all over it that smells really bad. I will look once I get the courage to go down in the basement. The less than 50 miles light was on before I grabbed my truck last night. There's could be 5 miles or 20. I have nothing and no way to get there. And Dougie is at work and Lisa is out with doctor stuff all day, she said this morning. Kelsey says, okay, I'll give you the money in the drawer. I'm going to work now. I'll see you at the Common at 2 with our son. Justin says, I don't have gas to get there, Kels. You took my debit card and ID and did God knows what with it. Kelsey says, my bag has stuff stolen out of it, and my other bag has something poured all over it, causing every piece of my clothing to be soaked. I will look through that one right now, then I'm going to work. Why'd you tell me to come over at 10 then for this kiddo if we were going to work now? If you were going to work now? Because I wanted to sleep. I didn't sleep last night. Kelsey says, why does it matter? I decided to change it to 12:30. In the very bottom of my soaked bag is your toiletries, boxers, and cards. Sorry, I got my bag at 10 p.m. last night and just bawled because my clothes are ruined. My stuff was stolen. I didn't even go through it all the way. I don't know what you're talking about. Can I see you tomorrow instead? You literally work tomorrow. I will see you at 2. Justin says, shoot, I forgot work. Kelsey, question mark. I have no way of getting to town. Kelsey says, yes, you do. Hello, Justin. Am I seeing you at 2 or not? WTF. Kelsey, I have no gas. I physically cannot go anywhere. I'm looking for change around the house and there is none. Kelsey, how do you have enough gas to not be home right now then? I can't go into work. I'm done. Answer the phone. So you're out. That's why you won't come see me. I'm done. I'm driving up to the land. I'm going to my land. Where are you? Justin, what is going on? I'm worried. I'm really worried. Justin, are you okay? Why are you at Hunter's with your sister? What is going on? This is where he got the restraining order. I thought I was meeting you at the Common. What is going on? What is going on? I'm literally shaking. Why are you with girls at Hunter's house? We were supposed to go for a walk with our son. What the F is happening? I'm throwing up. Why are you with Katrina? What is going on? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? What are you actually doing to me? Why are you with Katrina? I just need you to communicate with me. This is not fair. You made a plan with me. Making plans with me and your son and ghosting me is just so mean. I'm going far, far away for a long, long time. You could have at least told me you changed your mind. She's spiraling, right? At this point, she's just spiraling. Instead of standing me up and waiting, making me wait at the Commons for 2 hours, just really mean. Also crazy for you to just read all my texts. Know how upset this made me. You don't love or care about me. This is so mean. Why wouldn't you just tell me you changed your mind instead of stand me up? If you drove there with Courtney, so Courtney is the sister, you clearly had no intention of going for a walk with me or your son. Why would you make plans with us? I packed his diaper bag and stroller and blanket for us to sit on, just to be stood up. Why be mean about it? Why not just say, sorry, not happening anymore, changed my mind? Like you called me saying you were on your way to North Andover, your mom gave you money and would see me at 2. What WTF happened since that phone call? If you're trying to hurt me, you're succeeding. I really feel, effing hurt. I just want to know why you made plans with me and our son and stood us up. Why couldn't you just have said never mind to me? Not have me wait and wait and wait at the Common for you, ignoring the mother of your child and fiancé. I don't get it. I really do not. You made it very clear I'm not your family. I will pack your belongings and put it outside for you to retrieve. Just checking the live feed. They're not back yet. I'll let you know when it's all outside. I need to get some people to help me move it all. You didn't have to lie to me and say you were meeting me. You didn't have to lead me on to think you were going for a walk. I don't know what you did that for. I don't know what that did for you. Why didn't you just tell me? Why did you have me sitting at the park alone with our son waiting? You knew the only way from the station to the park is to drive by Hunters. If you did this to hurt me, it worked. I told our son we were going to see Daddy. You're not just hurting me, and for you to this point to still give me nothing and say nothing. Hold on. Oh my. Then there's that. All right, let me just keep reading. All right, I'll just keep reading. That is what it is. And for this, let's see. Here, I'll do this. I'll come back here so we're live in case they come back on. All right, and you set up this huge plan to make me think my son and I were going to meet you for a walk, and then you ghosted me. I hope you know that hurts a lot more than just me. You ditched seeing your son. Like, why? Why couldn't you have just said to me you never had any intentions of seeing us? I sat and waited at the park until his bottle ran out and had nothing more to give him. Why couldn't you just have called me and said you changed your mind? Why do it like this? And you're not going to say your phone is in the truck because when you click on your messages, it shows you read it. You're mean. You wanted a reaction from me. You won't get one. Well, I'm on my way up to my land for the night. I love you. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so of a person that you couldn't even see your son smile today. We're going to our happy place. I'll send pictures when I get service. Perfect timing.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, I think we left off during cross.
Yes. May I resume your?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective Bonasara, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
Okay. So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right, okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay? Who did you get, and again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
Yep.
Let me see if I got this right. These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm. And I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
Okay. And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And, all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report, from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan,
Right.
1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time. I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
Okay. And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault, and I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
Okay. But that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4. One removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody reference is from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover police?
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number.
Correct.
But otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box-style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons, yes.
And then you have a box magazine, 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from 1-9, from Miss Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do two removable box-style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it.
Yes.
From the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science, I'm going to just keep it vague for a second, that you applied some science to the two discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings, yes.
Right, so you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those two discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other two, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113, unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. You're one step ahead of me. That was my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have, what, breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark if it came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened, so it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you. And come up and call your next witness.
Timothy Houston.
Wait, please. Follow me.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud, right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And, sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years.
I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, did you, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Okay, did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
Okay. After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. And so when was that you joined the PD?
I started the academy in November 2020.
And your rank now, are you a patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
Okay. And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. But while I was there, I started as a dismount. And then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Okay. Now we're going to jump back to the PD, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job and learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with, some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay, how did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay. Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, you know what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot and I'd go over it with him.
Okay. And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances of why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before, so, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place, we're taking her firearms, we got to take the baby, give them to Justin, so we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well, and, we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door, or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
Okay. When you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches. Had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
what was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Okay. Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere, and I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were, and she said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it, it was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement?
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, you know, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
Okay. At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Okay. Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
Okay. And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Okay. Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
Okay. While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat, so she handed me a car seat. I was holding it and started putting more and more stuff in there, and at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
Okay. And did that continue for some bit?
briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs, and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
Okay. And so you stayed up there?
I stayed up there.
Do you remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Okay. Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice, and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out, so I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah.
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing. And
Okay. You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, "All right, Justin's," I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, "Just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside."
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights were off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. The lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything, and I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on, and I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly, and I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah, so at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, "Kelsey," and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, "Start medics." I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, you good up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him, and as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? And he said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually. Okay. I just didn't want anything further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, I don't even...
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I think it's I guess just that it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, but maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect, but the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or...
Okay, would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second, there's an objection. To strike what?
Non-responsive, it's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and it's frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first. On the hearsay issue, Mr. Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to introduce. So that's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no one's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay,
to refresh his memory. Yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just going to ask you to look.
Just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
Right.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, wrapped trigger, etc. So if you can have them clarified.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I just have one more.
Sure, take your time.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor.
now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm politely saying is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, a battered woman or something, where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different, that the statement happened, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
all right. So the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
No, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation. We're
not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just take it a step at a time. All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradel articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to make a record.
It was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol pulled the trigger and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in, and I saw Kelsey on the ground, and I saw Lieutenant Daly over her.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so, where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Okay. Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED, I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that, handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Sure.
Sounds like they're taking a sidebar. Well, I think we've heard that she said, I'm sorry before. So.
All right, thank you. All set.
I'm going to jump back just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw Officer Noonan, did he have his gun out?
Are we talking about when I came up with the med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't. I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Okay. Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take them downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand.
And where did that occur?
On the landing.
Upstairs?
Upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell, "Kelsey"?
Correct.
And that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after he said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? There was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Okay, just "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so, do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
No, that's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it, isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, so I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
Well, a lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, well, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly.
Okay.
A lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right?
Correct.
That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you're, to use a term, in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak
Directly into this thing. You can pull your chair out. The judge can hear you.
Okay.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. All
Hi,
set.
Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes, my name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correctional officer. Okay.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in her wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes, we talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation, and then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
You, where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did, and up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay, and who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Aylaian?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiancé.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
Without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Ross?
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25?
That is correct.
And she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin?
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin?
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house?
Yes.
And that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
That is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
Yes.
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
Yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing else.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes. Just give me one moment. Well, you can start walking over.
Quiet, please. We are still on the record.
So Kelsey thought everybody's like, well, I was reading the text messages and she's like, what are you all doing at Hunter's house? Right? Wasn't that what she was saying? Let me see if I can find that again. She's spinning out of control, right? Meaning Kelsey, and she's like, let me get towards that. Justin, what's going on? I'm really worried. What's with your sister? What is going on? Why are you at Justin's? I thought you were meeting at the Common. What is going on? What is going on? I'm literally shaking. Why are you with girls at Justin's house? We were supposed to go for a walk with our son. What's happening? I'm throwing up. Why are you with, and I think it was Courtney. What is going on? All caps. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Justin? What are you doing this to me? What are you actually doing to me? Why are you with another woman's name? I think it was Courtney, maybe. So she drove by Justin's house. She sees these cars parked. She knows there's women there. Like, what are you doing? She's spinning out of control, right? She's trying to meet with Justin at the Commons. Then the Commons or Commons is by Justin's house, or Justin's house is by the Commons where they're supposed to meet. And she's spinning out of control. She's saying, I don't know why she still wanted to get married to this guy. It's really weird. She wants to put $6,000 to the whatever, the hall or whatever to hold the space.
Continue in open court. Mr. Brado, we were discussing, why don't you give me an update on the potential for a view?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow, or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay. And Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing. You take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure. No, I'll take no position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it.
Okay.
And go there with an open mind, and
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence, like it is in a jury trial. My observations and the issue. I just need. I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Ruane, and our court officers, just on the procedures that we'll use. As I told you at Sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do, but I'm all for it. I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Ruane and our chief and our assistant chief, if I could talk with you for a moment.
All right, so sounds like they're going to view the house tomorrow. They're going to go view the house tomorrow, so... All right, well, while they take that short break, Judge is going to talk with the staff, not his staff, but the staff. He says this is the first time that they've ever done a viewing of a house. All right, so they got, at the beginning of the stream, they weren't sure if the homeowners were going to consent for them to go view the house, and then they heard defense. Mr. Bradel did hear back from them, and they are going to go view the house. So just off the stand was Michelle Mitchell. She is a correctional officer. She met Kelsey through that, and she became friends with Kelsey, and she was a bridesmaid. She said they met at the end of 2021. Now, on June 30th, Kelsey called her. She said she was driving around and she was crying, and she said she heard the baby crying on the phone as well. She was saying she needed Justin. She needed Justin. And so she went over to Hunter's house. Others were at Hunter's house, and she mentions about 4 or 5 names, which we heard Courtney say. Right, yeah, Courtney was his sister, is his sister. So she was over there as well. She saw her drive by Hunter's house. So then under cross, they kind of got into it. Was it driving around to meet Justin, or driving around because she needed Justin? Maybe she needed to meet. So anyway, I guess she ultimately said both. I guess Kelsey said both. I need to meet Justin. I need Justin. I want to meet Justin. I'm going to meet Justin. Anyway, Mr. Bradel asked if there was swimming and drinking, and she's like, no, there was no swimming, Mr. Bradel. There was no drinking. So interesting. So before that, we heard from Officer Timothy Houston. All right, so we heard from Lieutenant Daly. Then we heard from Officer Noonan, and then finally Officer Houston. So all 3 were at the scene. So Houston says he seemed like he knew her. He said he was invited to her wedding. He knew her socially, right? So you don't get invited to somebody's wedding just because you're you see somebody in a hallway. You know, so obviously they were close enough that she invited him, Officer Houston, to her wedding. So I got the sense from him like he did not want to be there. I don't know if that's his general demeanor, but compared to with everybody else, he just did not seem to want to be there. So he was invited to her wedding. He kept in touch while she was on maternity leave. He kept her in the loop. So I don't know how often they talked. So he met Justin at the engagement party. But he says, you know, he knew him. He didn't know him that well. So he clearly knew Kelsey a lot better. He knew where she lived. He didn't know where Kelsey lived, but he had never been in the home. He just knows that she was there. He knows that she would normally park in front of her house, but on this particular day, she had parked 50 to 100 yards down the road. So he told Lieutenant Daly about that hey, normally she parks in the driveway here. So he was the first one to arrive. So he told Noonan to meet him in the parking lot and told him what was going on. Then Daly came and met them. The plan was, he said he assumed Daly would do most of the talking. So he was aware that Kelsey had been sectioned before. So it's section 12, right? So she had been sectioned before. He says it's a tough position for her with the restraining order. He says she might not take the news very well. So he wasn't sure what was going to happen.
So we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay. All right. So formally the motion for review is allowed. And I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne. So let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff, will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So, listen, let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said your Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house, and then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Ruane, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be. This is not going. You will not. No one else will be inside that house, or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned: defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. I'd ask that the North Andover police. I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover police do what is or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time, let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Ruane know what, the time that you want to go, and then what we'll do is, if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of, it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded, so there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right, and we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke. We anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay, that's fine. Just let. Is that all right? Okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay. All right. Okay, that makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically, you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target to end the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave, and that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right, so, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right, so you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay, all right, thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Which stands in recess.
All right. So that's going to conclude court. All right, here, since they're going to go on this viewing tomorrow, let's check out where they're going. All right, so this is where they're going. $550,000. It sold for over $500,000. Sold November 7th of 2025. So remember, this happened June 30th. See if we can get in here. All right. Here's the house in question. There's the stairwell, right? Or the stairs, I should say. And this is like a porch. I don't know. I mean, to me, I think I would take that as that's the outside part of the house. I would not assume that I could just enter that door and then go into that. That's an enclosed area. I personally would consider that, and that's the back of it, right? I would consider that stairwell to be the outside of the house. Remember when Kelsey, there's a video of her, she has her baby, and that door is locked. So to me, I consider that the outside. And remember, Justin he and his sister just blew right through that door, walked right in, and granted, it's a porch. But personally, I would consider that the outside of the house. And don't forget, both her mom and the law and the police officers, they did not just open the door and walk into the porch, right? So mom knocked, and don't forget, the officers, they said they either rang the bell or they knocked on the door. Lieutenant Daly wasn't sure what or which it was, but they didn't just open that door and like Justin just opened that door. Then there's also video of him breaking down that door a couple days later. Then there's that. So I'm not convinced of Justin's innocence in all of this, but he didn't pull the gun. I get it. All right, here's the inside. Obviously, this is not Kelsey's decor, but little fireplace, it looks like. Let me see. When she was living here by herself, this was hers until she met Justin. So I mean, it's a cute little house, I guess, right? It's nothing too, it's cute. I like it. I like the gray walls. I'm a fan of the gray walls. In case you guys haven't figured that out yet. Yeah, it's a nice little kitchen. It looks airy, right? It looks open and airy. Huge refrigerator. There's a bathroom off the kitchen right there. Little bathroom area. Little study there. I guess that's probably maybe where the baby. Oh, wait. Where's the upstairs where? Okay. So there's where the baby was. And then, okay, so then there's the bedroom. So this is the bedroom in question. Kaylee, yeah, wide angle, real estate, yeah. For sure. All right, so there's the bedroom in question. Yeah, it's probably like 10 by 15 or something like that. If that bed's a queen, that's like maybe, what's that, 6 by 4 feet, something like that. So that room's probably 10 by 12, kind of standard, right? Standard size. So I'm trying to figure out where, okay, I guess where that rocking chair is, that's where she had the quote unquote, that's where she had the firearm tucked behind the door, I suppose. I guess that's where it happened. See, that doesn't even have a door, right? That doesn't even have a door. Right, there's the outside. Yeah, I mean, it's cute, right? Cute little, there's the floor plan. It has a basement. All right. Yeah, okay, yep, so Aaron's saying, yep, here is the floor plan. 1,100 square feet. Wait, hold on. So porch, okay, so that's the living room. Okay, so here's the upstairs. I can't see that. Let me see if I can. There's a sitting room, dining room. Okay, that's the downstairs. Is this the upstairs? Living room, kitchen, dining room, sitting room. Oh, here we go. All right, primary bedroom, 13 by 14. All right, 13 by 14. So it's 13 by 14. And then I guess the other bedroom is 11 by 12. So, hey Stella, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. How are you? Let me see here. All right, the primary bedroom is 132 square feet. Bedroom 2 has 195 square feet. Bedroom 3 has 143 square feet. All right, let's see what is Aaron saying here. All right, so it's 3 bedrooms. Flooring, hardwood, lighting overhead. Walk-in closets. Yeah, I mean it's what's the overall square footage of this? I know is it 1,100 square feet? Yeah, screened-in porch. There's the screened-in porch. All right, I mean I guess it's cute for 500,000 though. That's boy, that seems a lot, right? For $500,000. Here's the street view. All right, so it's right on the corner. It's right on the corner here. What's this back here? Why can't I go there? No, it's not letting me go there. Oh, it's a school. That's elementary school. So I can't go there because, okay, that's an elementary school. So she's right next to or she was right next to a elementary school. Sorry. So she's right on the corner of this elementary school. Sorry, guys. Don't mean to make you sick. All right. 550,000. It was built in 1930, 1-car garage. So, see if I can, so where is this in relationship to, so there's North Andover. It's kind of giving you guys an idea of where this is in, so here's New Hampshire up here, right? New Hampshire is like up in here. America's Stonehenge, here's New Hampshire up there. There's the border. You can see the border, and it's taking place in Lawrence. It's actually taking place in Lawrence. So there's the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. And for those that don't know where that is, we've got Boston down here. So there's Boston. All right, so hopefully that'll help you get your bearings. And if you don't know where Boston is, there's the East Coast of the United States. There's New York City there. So that kind of gives you an idea of where this is located for those that may not know. So that's where this is taking place. So outside of Boston. All right. Let's see. C.H. Sturgill, the house was probably $500,000 less than 1930, probably even less than that. It was probably like $500 in 1930. I mean, think about it. It's all about location, right? That's what we always say is location. It's all about location. It's closer to New Hampshire than Boston, yeah, for sure. Snow Caddish, yeah. It's all about location, so yeah, here you can really see. Whoa, sorry, guys. You can kind of see the line there. Let me see. Yeah, there's the line right there. So the line kind of comes up here to 495. Yeah, it looks like it's like, what, maybe 5 miles from, how far is it from Boston? North Andover to Boston. It's only 28 miles. Wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was that close. So you could theoretically commute. It's 33 minutes, obviously depending on traffic, but it's only 33 miles. I'm sorry, 33 minutes, 28 miles. Basically, it's basically 30 miles. That's pretty close. That's pretty close to Boston. You could theoretically live there. That's okay. So that's why it's so expensive, because you could work in Boston and be making $200,000 a year, and easily afford $500,000 home. So yeah, so it's pretty close. That is pretty close. I thought it was a little bit further, but that is pretty close. So it's 30 minutes outside of Boston. So that means it's probably like a mile from the border. If that's 30 miles, then that's probably like a mile to the New Hampshire border. Right? That's pretty not very far. All right, let's see. Wild Angel, do we know what the schedule is for tomorrow? I have to figure out your grocery shopping. It sounds like they're still going to meet at 9 o'clock, and then they're going to state is possibly going to call another witness. We're not sure yet. He didn't say specifically, but before he said they meet at 9 Eastern. So we're going to go on again at 8:45. We'll go on at 8:45. And state's going to rest, and then defense starts, and they're going to figure out when they're going to do this viewing. So all right. What else? All right, well, let's see. Kind of go over what happened today. Again, we had Officer Noonan. He was back on the stand. We had Officer Core. He secured the firearm. We had Detective Michael Bonacero. He worked for the Massachusetts State Police. He's the one that went over, made sure he was a firearms expert, basically. And he identified all the firearms that were there and were used. Then we heard Officer Timothy Houston. He was the third officer, 3 of 3. So we heard from Lieutenant Daly, and then Noonan, and then finally Houston. And then finally we heard from Michelle Mitchell, who was a friend. She was a bridesmaid to Chelsea, or of Chelsea. I actually thought Officer Houston's testimony, he seemed, well, to me, it seemed like he didn't want to be there, and he seemed the most injured by all of this. Like Officer Noonan and Lieutenant Daly seemed very, like, just another day at work kind of thing. And even Noonan says, you move on. After she and Officer Noonan went through that experience of the mother and the infant taking, ending their lives, or she ending the life of the infant and then herself, he's like, yeah, then you just move on. So to me, it seemed like Officer Houston seemed to be the most impacted by this. I don't know. What do you guys think? It seems like, did you guys get that from him? Like, how did Officer Houston come across? Gimbers, are you taking off? You gonna go enjoy your? There you go. Yes, have to go get ready to party. Yes, see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for the $55 that you so graciously gave us. Really appreciate that. You silly kid, you. Anyway, have a wonderful birthday, and we will see you tomorrow. All right. Okay. Well, you said I thought I wasn't going to find Houston credible. He gave me the I can't believe I'm in this mess. Right. Yeah. he seemed to be, all right, Biddy, have a good one. Kaylee, he seemed to be most impacted, right? Kimbers, go have a safe birthday party. In the words of Tracy Ullman, go home, go home. Go enjoy yourself. Go. Go. Don't say another word. Get out of here. Go have fun. Have fun. And we will talk to you later, I'm sure. Officer Noonan. Officer Noonan seemed a lot more matter of fact and cold, if you will. Lieutenant Daly he was kind of in between. It was kind of like a Goldilocks. Like Officer Noonan was like pretty cold. Lieutenant Daly was like, yeah. And then Officer Houston seemed to be the most affected by it. You remember Tracy Ullman? She's like, go home. It's your birthday party. There you go. Honestly, you just went right over my house. I was wondering why it got so dark. Must have been the map covering me. Oops. Prayer for Sherry's son. He's meeting with the doctor. Okay. All right, Sherry, if you're listening, sending you good vibes. Hopefully all is well there. Debbie, didn't he say at first he really didn't know her, but he was invited to the wedding? All right, let's review that. What did Officer Houston? He said that he knew her socially. He said he worked briefly with her. He knew her from the academy. She never drove around with him during field training. He knew her socially, and he had been invited to her wedding. He kept in touch while she was on leave. So when you know somebody socially, that's generally, you're going out, you're having some drinks, right? You're probably, it's after. Wait, hold on. All right, yeah, it's probably, he knew her socially. He's out having drinks, or he goes over to somebody's house for a birthday or whatever it is, and to be invited to somebody's wedding, I think, is pretty big. Right. Again, you just don't invite somebody that you see at the water cooler or walking down the hallway. Usually you invite somebody to your wedding that you at least have had a drink with, at least. Hey, Gina, how are you? Honestly, you live on the Rhode Island line, but a couple of streets, many people from Rhode Island travel to Boston to work. Oh, you live on the Rhode Island line by a couple of streets. I gotcha. And then he said later they were friends. Okay, did he say that? I must not have gotten that. I know he said he was invited to her wedding. He kept in touch while she was on leave just to keep her in the loop. So I don't have specifically that he considered her friend, but if you guys caught that, Debbie, if you caught that, then that's that's why I think he felt impacted. Right, or a dinner, right? You go out to a restaurant, usually social means you're going out for food, you're going to see a movie, you're going to have a drink, you're going to a ball game, whatever, that's social. So I could see her having a couple drinks, or having pizza, going, to lunch, all that kind of stuff, going to somebody's birthday party, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, terrific. Thank you. Channel saying goodbye to everyone and hope everyone has a good evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you, honestly. Appreciate that. Be safe and be well. Hope you have a good evening. Let's see. Alice, I hope everyone has a great evening. I will see you in the AM. Much love to you as well. Thank you, Alice, for all of your support, too. Alice, you are spectacular. I don't know if you noticed, Alice, we've been busting out new toys and stuff and the food. So, chat, Alice is so gracious. She sends our kitties food and toys. So thank you, Alice. Really appreciate that. So have a wonderful evening. Take care. Let's see. Sorry. Scent Bunny. He seemed credible. Yeah. He seemed credible, but not fun at parties. Yeah, he just did not seem like he wanted to be there. Richard, are they finished for the day? Yes, they are finished for the day. Green-Eyed Cat saying, have a great evening. Yep, they're going to do a viewing tomorrow. Lindsay, they are done for the day. They're done. They're going to have a viewing tomorrow for Lindsay and Richard. It seems like the state is going to rest tomorrow, and then the defense is going to come on, and they're going to do a viewing of the house tomorrow. I did notice. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Alice. Take care. Have a good night. Sharon, have a good night as well. See you. Pammy saying goodbye. Bye. All right, Barry, have a good one. Just got back to say good night to you. Have a good one, Amby. Yeah, we'll call it a day. So tomorrow we'll start at 8:45 again. Pretty sure they're going to start at 9. The state sounds like, well, the state is going to rest, it sounds like. And then the defense is going to hopefully have a case in chief because they are requesting a viewing. So there's going to be a viewing of the house. So that's going to happen. We'll play testimony again. That's what we'll do. We'll play previous testimony. Maybe I'll show. I'll see if I can find another hearing or something we can watch while they're doing their hearing. While they're doing their viewing, I should say. Wizard says, I believe Bradle clarified the viewing will be Thursday. All right, let me check that. Debbie, thank you. Keep it up. Thank you, Debbie. You're so kind. You're so kind and sweet. Really appreciate that. Thank you. You did cups of coffee and you're dropping super chats in here, so thank you. Thank you so much, Debbie. Really appreciate that. All right, Wizard. They said, let's see. Yeah, I remember they said Thursday. Let me just confirm that. Let's see. The closings. It was closings, Wizard. It was closing. Closings will be after the viewing, and if not, it'll be on Thursday. So it was closings. They were talking about closings. All right. Kaylee, thank you. Have a good night, you guys. Kat from Canada, will Kelsey be going? Yes, they're all going. Immediate representation, so all the lawyers on both sides, so immediately, so her team, the court, the judge, and his staff. I think you named about four or five people. He asked for a police escort so they can, get there and back quickly. So, thank you, Kaylee. Thank you. Thanking the mods. Yeah, JMS, she needs to testify. If she doesn't testify, what's the point? She has to testify. She has to take the stand because there's no point for her to not take the stand for sure. All right, rock and roll. Have a wonderful evening yourself. All right, Hellrider saying goodbye to Super Bowl. She's not around. I think, yeah. Oh, no, you know what? She is around. She's back there. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. All right. Oh, Sugars, goodbye to you. No worries, Wizard. No worries. Yeah, the viewing is tomorrow, and then closings will be possibly Thursday. I don't think they'll get to closings tomorrow. All right. I am going to show you Super Ball. She's back there. We got Super Ball. We got Roger. Hey, buddy. You got a good boy. Super Ball and Roger there. All right, you guys. I am going to say goodbye. I'm going to say thank you to you all for spending your afternoon with us. Your day, I should say. It was morning and afternoon. Short day. You know what? Let's go do a raid. Is RA still up? Let's go do a raid on RA. Let's go wish RA a happy birthday. Is he still going? I want to go do a raid on... Is he still... Oh, no, don't tell me he's not live. Oh, he ended it 17 minutes ago. Doggone it. So Scott's ended his stream. Shoot. I wanted to go give him a birthday. All right. Well, that stinks. I was going to give Scott a birthday raid, but he ended... That's too bad. All right. Anyway, Scott, happy birthday. Kimbers, happy birthday. Thank you guys for supporting our channel. Thank you for being with us. Really, really, really do appreciate you guys spending your day with us and all the support that you give us, whether it's just watching with us, commenting with us, giving me knowledge, expanding, educating me, expanding my knowledge of law and then specifically this trial. supporting us, financially. That helps a lot. And again, just watching. I love just interacting with you guys. It's so much fun. Thank you to our mods. Happy birthday again to Kimbers. Thank you to Erin for getting all the documents that she gets together, the soundtrack that she puts together, the graphics that she does. So big shout out to Erin and the shorts that she does. And just want to say, have a wonderful evening. Make sure you center yourselves. Go walk in the grass, go walk on the sand, take a walk on the beach, look up at the stars, get some sun if you can. Just make sure that you recenter yourselves, read a good book, watch something other than true crime. Do whatever you need to do to recalibrate, recenter yourself, because that's important too. Listen to music, play music, all that good stuff. And with that, I will say goodbye, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 8:45 Eastern. All right, take care, guys. Bye.